Hello and welcome to Right Now and CCBR's live election coverage of the 45th Canadian federal election. My name is Alissa Golob and I'm joined by my co-host for the evening, Scott Hayward, Executive Director and President of Right Now, and Jonathon Van Maren, Communications Director for the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform. This is our third in-studio live election coverage we've done together, but this election definitely feels different. The Trudeau era is officially gone with a new and, dare I say, interesting Liberal Party leader in Mark Carney. This is the fourth federal election in a row where a different Conservative leader is running for the first time in Pierre Poilievre. But some things have also stayed the same, and their names are Yves-François Blanchet, Jagmeet Singh, and yes, the one and only Elizabeth May. 9 days after Liberal leader Mark Carney was sworn in as Prime Minister following Justin Trudeau's resignation, he called a snap election on Sunday, March 23rd, where candidates had just 36 days for the writ was issued before Election Day. The day is finally here, and we've prepared to give you live election results as they come in, interviews and commentary you won't get anywhere else. So let's get to it. We always start off our broadcast with predictions, so let's start off with you, Jonathon. Pierre Poilievre has been criticized for blowing a 25-point lead, and the most recent poll showed the Libs and Cons neck and neck. What do you think is going to go down tonight?
Well, I don't have anything really exciting to say. I think the safest bet is a narrow Carney majority. There are a bunch of different indications that we could be in for some kind of a surprise, but they aren't significant enough for me to kind of alter my viewing of every single poll for the last 5 days straight, including the polls that came out yesterday evening. So obviously I'm hoping there will be some sort of surprise, but nothing we can bank on. I think
Careful what you wish for there, Jonathon.
I think that like the total collapse of the New Democratic Party has always basically determined whether or not the Conservatives are going to win. And there's something very strange about the fact that we finally have apparently a Liberal leader who can unite the left, like Harper united the right, and it's a corporate bank, and it's a corporate banker,
and some
that
of the
finally
right
got
as well.
the NDP.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, Scott, I'm sure you're itching to get in here. So let's
boy,
hear it.
You want to talk numbers?
Yeah, right in the nitty gritty.
Yeah. Okay. So, looking at the various polls and everything over the last number of weeks, I mean, we saw, like you said, the 25-point lead that the Conservatives had going into this election basically dissipate in almost as many days, which is something that we really haven't seen in Canadian politics for quite some time, maybe since the 1984 general federal election. So one of the things I like to look at, and I'm a big believer in polls, like polling in Canada generally has been fairly accurate. So one of the things I like to look at are the polling aggregators. So these are guys that live the life I wish I was living. They look at polls all the time. They gather up all the polls from across Canada and they aggregate them together, right? So then they take the poll numbers and they go kind of riding by riding and see, okay, like if we distribute these results out, what does it look like? So I kind of cheated and I just took a couple different aggregators and I did an aggregation of the aggregators. So I did an average. And when I did that, the numbers that I came up with, looking at the polls, was 196 for the Liberals, 117 for the Conservatives, 22 for the Bloc Québécois, 7 for the NDP, and another just one seat for the Green. However, one thing...
What's that seat?
Kitchener Centre, Mike Morris. Okay. Yeah, Elizabeth May is not projected to win her seat. Leader seats in this election are going to be fascinating.
Leader. Isn't there a co-leader?
John Ponado, I believe that's his name, probably screwing it up. He's a co-leader, and he's running somewhere on the island of Montreal, and he's not predicted to do very well. If he gets double digits, that'll be a good night for him. But Elizabeth May, let's be honest, like she's the face of the party, has been for a number of years.
She's the entire party.
That is what we're going to be looking for. However, one quick thing about that. When you look at some of the polling results for the polling companies that asked Canadians who voted in the advanced polls how they voted, the average between the four polling companies that did it was plus 10 for the Liberals, so a 10-point gap. And when you look at the number of Canadians who voted in the advanced polls, it's a record number. It's almost 7.5 million. And it's about a third of those who are expected to vote, a little over. So if you give that 10-point gap on average to those voters in all the ridings, and I took an average of what the result was for the ridings, the turnout for the advanced polls, you have to give the Liberals a bit of a bump. And we're going to see that later tonight. We are going to see some Conservative seats coming in where you have tens of thousands, sometimes 40,000 plus advance ballots that have to be counted, and they're starting about an hour early. So when you give the Liberals that little bit of a bump, what I find is 210 for the Liberals, 110 for the Conservatives, 20 for the Bloc, 3 for the NDP, none for the Green. So we'll see. We can talk about the results that are coming in now, but that's my prediction. How about you, Alissa?
Oh, Conservative supermajority. For sure. I honestly, it's funny, we're the exact opposite. We run the same pro-life organization, but we're the exact opposite. You're all about the numbers, and you want to break it down, you know, riding by riding. I'm about the feeling.
The vibe?
The vibes.
What's the vibe check?
And my vibe check is I do think that the Liberals are going to win, but for the sake of these predictions and potential embarrassment, if we make any bets or anything, I'm going to go with a slim Conservative minority.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because I want the Conservatives to like me. So, no. I have a friend that I always message occasionally on Facebook, and every time you post all your negativity about the seats that are going to be won and lost, he comes back with counterpoints.
Right.
So between the two of you, I'm torn in the middle. So I'm just going to take
right down the middle.
Yeah.
How bold.
Thank you. Well, okay. So what kind of seats should we be looking at then? Like, especially at the beginning of with the results coming in, like, are there, I mean, a lot of times Atlantic Canada, a lot of those ridings go red, but are there certain ones that the Conservatives absolutely need to win right off the bat?
Yeah, so we have some results coming in. I don't know if you want to talk about them yet or not. Basically, what Atlantic Canada is looking like for the most part is pretty much the same, what we ended up with. The ridings that the Conservatives are currently leading in are the ridings that they currently hold, except for a couple on the Rock, on the island of Newfoundland. Yep. Now, one of them, there's a bit of a bigger lead in Long Range Mountain. But in the other ones, the lead isn't as big. And one thing we do have to remember throughout the evening is we have to wait probably an extra hour or two for those advanced polls to come in after the polls close and the accounts are coming in for all of these ridings. So we're going to see some flips because you have a third of the vote that's waiting in there in the ballot box. Yeah. So some of these ridings that we're looking at is in Atlantic Canada, Central Newfoundland, Acadie, Annapolis, Cumberland, Colchester, South Shore, St. Margaret's, Miramichi, Grand Lake. This is an interesting one. So this technically would be a Conservative hold from the 2021 general federal election. However, Jake Stewart, who is the former Conservative MP, had to resign from the Conservative candidacy shortly before the election was called. So they have a former progressive Conservative MLA that was elected under Blaine Higgs, who we'll be speaking with later this evening. And so we'll have to see how that one looks like.
And why did he have to resign?
You know, I couldn't quite remember what the quote-unquote scandal was there. I'm not going to lie to you.
He in a mug again, or?
No. We have no urination this time, as far as I know. You can ask Blaine that, what the issue was there in New Brunswick. But basically what we want to look at here in Atlantic Canada is, can the Conservatives hold on to the ridings that they have? And if they pick up a couple other ones, then great. So I didn't have Long Range on mine. I didn't have Avalon on mine, but it looks like those are a couple that they might be picking up so far tonight.
And so we have John Williamson. What other pro-life MPs in that should we be watching for right in Atlantic Canada?
Yeah, so we have John Williamson in St. John, St. Croix. We have Richard Bragdon in Tobique, Mattaquack. We have also Rob Moore and Fundy Royal. So those are the three Conservatives in the southern part of New Brunswick. And that part of New Brunswick tends to be quite conservative, both federally and provincially. If you look at some of the provincial results from their provincial election back in the autumn, that's where the progressive Conservatives tend to do the best. So you do see that kind of jive federally and provincially. It's one of the few provinces actually where you see that. Another one maybe being Alberta. So those are the ones that we're looking at there. We have Doc Ellis, Dr. Stephen Ellis, in Cumberland, Colchester, so far looking okay for his riding. But we have Chris D'Entremont in Acadie, Annapolis. That's the old West Nova riding. Last time I checked, he's a little bit behind, but that's only with a couple polls reporting.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll definitely keep an eye out on those, especially the pro-life ones. Do you think that there is, because there was just a federal or a provincial election in New Brunswick, do you think that has some sort of an impact in the federal atmosphere right now? Like usually if the provinces go liberal, it's better for the Conservatives federally, or how does?
Yeah, I mean, like it doesn't hurt, obviously, right? Because the federal and provincial right-wing parties, obviously they share a lot of the same views and values, the same They'll share the same volunteers, sometimes the same staff, oftentimes the same policies, right? So if you have the provincial party with a really good policy or a popular policy, you usually see that reflected federally and vice versa. So they tend to go in line in most provinces, the one exception being Ontario. So when Ontario tends to vote progressive conservative provincially, they'll tend to vote liberal federally and vice versa. They're like the one province where that is. It's not an ironclad law. It doesn't have to be.
Particularly if the premier is campaigning for the
well, yeah, that's a whole other question there. But that would be, I would say, Alissa, perhaps the one exception where you're not going to see the same regional results federally and provincially like you would do in most other provinces.
All right, well, an unexpected theme in this year's election that basically took over for the better part of the first half was Canadian nationalism. So with Trump's unprovoked trade war with Canada and threats of Canada becoming the 51st state that we even saw this morning, politicians and Canadians alike have been forced to think about what it actually means to be Canadian. Here's what Poilievre and Carney think about what it means to be Canadian.
Ours is a nationalism not based on bloodlines, birthplace, or background. Whether your name is Martin or Mohammed, Poilievre or Patel, anyone from anywhere can do anything. We will treat all our people, regardless of their race, as Canadian and Canadian first with no hyphens. We are all Canadians and Canadians first. What binds us together is the Canadian promise.
Wonder of a country built on the bedrock of three peoples: Indigenous, French, and British. The opening and closing prayers evoke the original stewards of this land. They remind us of the deep roots from which we grow and underscore the values to which we aspire. The office of the Governor-General links us through the Crown and across time to Canada's proud British heritage. On these foundations, Canadians have built a dynamic nation that celebrates its diversity, that cares for the vulnerable in society, and that always strives for a better tomorrow.
Okay, so watching those two videos, you know, kind of Pierre talks about what it means to be Canadian, how we respect diversity, it doesn't matter where you come from. But Carney kind of goes into our heritage a little bit. Like he talks about our history, which I think is really important in this discussion. So Jonathon, I mean, you're the historian on the panel. Let's just talk to you first. I mean, which response did you like better, first of all?
That's what was so frustrating about this is liberals are better at nationalism, and that's largely because the Canada that they created between the two Trudeaus is fundamentally oriented towards their agenda. And my friend J.J. McCullough did this great video a couple of years ago on why Canadian nationalism is largely progressive. But even setting that aside for a minute, what I heard Pierre Poilievre say, and I wanted him to give a great answer to that question, because the conservative tradition and the Tory tradition in Canada, there's so much material there that you could talk about, from Deef the Chief all the way back to Sir John A, of course. But he basically described an economic zone that was governed by tolerance, and the relationships are primarily commercial. You can come here, you can make money. It doesn't matter who you are. That's great, but it's not enough. And what Mark Carney said got far closer to the truth, that our nation actually was created out of these three intersecting traditions. And of course, as the decades went on, you could add more traditions to the ones that he talked about. But he was much better at invoking a sense of what it means to be a Canadian than Pierre was, at least in those two side-by-side clips. And this goes to a huge weakness that some conservatives have, not all of them. I can name MPs who I think do a really good job of this. But conservative leaders, I think, really struggle with how to articulate a nationalism that doesn't sound like they're invoking the post-charter Canada that they're running against, essentially, in many ways.
Yeah, it was very fascinating to hear Mark Carney talk like that about Canada. And I remember when he was first.
Well, he didn't use people kind.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing: is that he is different. He is different than Trudeau, and this is the mistake that I think that the Conservatives made going into the election and during the election, at least the beginning part of it, was trying far too hard to tie him to Justin Trudeau, just like Justin, right? it didn't work in terms of his character. It didn't work in terms of his age or his background. It didn't work in terms of where he had come from, right? Like Trudeau was born in 224 Sussex Drive, right? Like his father was prime minister at the time. Mark Carney was born way up in the hinterland of the Northwest Territories. And while he's been very successful in the private life, he had to work toward that. So you have these very big differences. So that's a good point to make. But getting back to when he was first sworn in as prime minister a few weeks ago, it really struck me as someone who's like a staunch monarchist that he spoke about this was His Majesty's government, that he was, and to thanking the Governor General for asking him to form her government on behalf of the monarch, right? Like these might not sound to a lot of people out there like really important things, but they do show a fundamental difference. And I think there's a deep thought there with Mark Carney about who we are as Canadians and really reaching back to our foundations, to the founding of the Dominion, going back to, like you said, Deef the Chief, that, you know, in many ways that Pierre Poilievre has an almost utilitarian view of the nation.
And I don't think he has that view. I think it's this conservative cautiousness that is so busy avoiding different, hot button issues that he can't just come out and articulate what he actually thinks. Because I think Pierre Poilievre is incredibly patriotic. You can tell the few times he shows emotion, you can tell that there is patriotic sentiment there. But the reality is that it is Mark Carney's party that spent the last 10 years basically, and this would be hilarious if it wasn't so damaging, portraying Canada as a state currently engaged in genocide, destroying all of our historical monuments, looking the other way when rioters were pulling down statues, renaming Ryerson University, and Ryerson, I think, is an eminently defensible historical figure, putting John A. Macdonald in a box at Queen's Park. And so there was never a better shot on an open net in terms of defending Canada's heritage. And I don't feel like we took it. I feel like some people tried to, but it's upsetting to watch those two clips back to back and think like your party that you were a part of as an economic advisor to the Prime Minister is the one that's basically been slagging Canada's heritage in particular for all this time. And there was a perfect opportunity to talk about what our heritage actually means. Conservatives can do it better because, as you'll show in the video later on, Canada's heritage is very conservative, very pro-life, very human rights oriented in a way that derives from our Judeo-Christian heritage.
Yeah, like I find it interesting that everybody who's saying, like a lot of lefties who are saying, we'll never become the 51st state are the same ones who want to tear down statues, who refuse to wear a poppy. Like, what exactly are you defending? Like, this is where we came from. This is our heritage. Stop, desecrating that. I kind of want to talk a little bit about the values test really quickly, because Kelly Leitch was like super, persona non grata for introducing that, but we do need something when people want to come into Canada. So what is that, and what values, what are actually Canadian values? And I just want to point out this one poll, because I was reading it this morning, and it was a Leger poll, and it said that Canadians are becoming more protective of their values as they come under threat. So I found that 70% of younger Canadians endorse the idea of a values test for new arrivals. That same poll found that 72% of visible minorities endorsed a values test compared to 69% of white Canadians. So the people who are actually coming in are the ones who want a values test, not just like, white racists as it was portrayed under Kelly Leitch. So what we have to define our Canadian, what it means to be Canadian and our values before we can really portray that to new people who are coming into Canada.
This is the argument, though, and I think of the three of us, I probably went the hardest after Kelly Leitch when the values test came out. And the reason I did so was not because I disapproved of the idea fundamentally. It's because Justin Trudeau had referred to our organization as un-Canadian, and I had heard Canadian values defined in a way that was defined against social conservatives.
Right.
And so for the majority of Canadian history, the majority of Canadians have felt the way we do about most major issues. And that's just a historical fact. But Canada between the two Trudeaus is a lot more different. And so the first column I wrote after Kelly Leitch put forward a values test, I just said, so what are those values? Whose values?
Yeah.
Who's Canada, essentially?
Yeah.
We're a very divided country on a lot of issues. And what I wanted to know is the test that you've created to screen out a radical Islamist, would the same test screen out a Filipino Baptist or a Polish Catholic? And she got asked that question directly by Evan Solomon, who's now running for the Liberal Party.
Center. That's right.
That's right. So yeah, he got fired from the CBC, right, for securing an art deal from Mark Carney.
Right.
But anyways, he actually asked her during the campaign, so what would this mean for same-sex marriage? What would this mean for abortion? And he actually asked about the issues I'd been asking about, and she basically wouldn't touch it. Yeah, well, I think Canadians have their views on that, she said. So until we can nail down what we mean by Canadian values, and until we can nail down a list that would actually encompass the vast majority, I think it's a terrible idea, unfortunately.
Well, while in Kingston at the beginning of April, Poilievre said that he wanted to restore Canadian national patriotism, including the statue of John A. Macdonald that was removed by Kingston City Council in 2021. There's even a petition page on the Conservative Party's website entitled Stop Rewriting Canadian History, which calls on the Liberal government to stop their censorship of Canadian history. Meanwhile, the Liberal Party releases annual statements on Louis Riel Day and has applauded former prime ministers like John Diefenbaker on the anniversary of his birth, talking about how these men shaped Canada into becoming the country we have today. What both leaders are missing in their praise are how these historical figures fought for the soul of our nation with their anti-abortion principles and policies, creating a distinctly pro-life heritage. Take a look.
In the early days of our nation, Canada's leaders laid the foundation for a society that valued both life and liberty. Sir John A. Macdonald, our first Prime Minister, insisted that protecting life was essential to the nation's moral compass. In 1869, he introduced the first legislation in Canadian history to criminalize abortion, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding life in the womb. He was emphatic that abortion saps the lifeblood of the nation. Early Canadian society was built on principles that cherished life at all stages. Communities came together, guided by faith and a shared commitment to protect the vulnerable. Decades later, Prime Minister John Diefenbaker continued this legacy. He opposed the camps in which Japanese Canadians were held, championed the Bill of Rights, opposed the apartheid regime in South Africa, and championed human rights around the world. In a private letter, he expressed his opposition to the liberalization of abortion laws, emphasizing the rights of the unborn. Diefenbaker's commitment to human rights was evident in his efforts to enshrine them in Canadian law, reflecting a deep respect for life at all stages. William Kurelek, one of Canada's most celebrated painters, wove pro-life themes into his art, capturing the sacredness of childhood, family, and faith. His haunting pieces warned of a world that forgets its most vulnerable. Philosopher George Grant, author of Lament for a Nation, saw abortion as a tragic sign of moral decay, a society trading eternal truths for fleeting conveniences. He urged Canadians to defend life as a sacred gift, not a disposable right. And Marshall McLuhan, world-famous theorist, warned that when technology accelerates, human beings risk becoming products themselves. A devout Catholic, McLuhan quietly but clearly opposed a culture that discarded life for the sake of progress. Many women have taken up the charge in promoting a pro-life future for Canada. Linda Gibbons, a 76-year-old grandmother, has been a silent sentinel outside of Toronto abortion clinics. Her peaceful protests, often within legally restricted zones, have led to multiple arrests and nearly 11 years in jail. Yet her commitment remains unshaken, embodying a profound dedication to voicing the voiceless. Gwen Landolt, a seasoned lawyer and co-founder of Real Women of Canada, has been a formidable force in the pro-life movement since 1971. Her legal acumen and advocacy have challenged policies and championed the rights of the unborn. Winifred Prestwich, Louise Summerhill, Mary Burney, Doreen Began, Mary Wagner, and so many more women have led the way for the pro-life movement to move forward into the future. These convictions were not just political. The belief in the sanctity of life was woven into the fabric of our young nation. Today, as we reflect on our history, let us remember the values that shaped Canada. A nation that once stood firmly for life and freedom can find strength in its roots to face the challenges of the present.
I love that video because it does talk about how we do have a pro-life heritage, and it's something that I think all the leaders need to remember and respect when talking about where we came from. But we will go back into the results. We do have results coming in. So Scott, what's going on? People are elected?
We have some calls already in Atlantic
go.
Canada. So right now in Atlantic Canada, we have the Liberals leading with, or elected in 21 of the ridings, and the Conservatives in 10. So the popular vote so far is 50% for the Liberals and 44% for the Conservatives. So the Conservatives are overperforming in Atlantic Canada. Okay. We do have to remember, of course, when the advanced polls come in, that will probably decrease a little bit, but we're only talking about maybe 3-ish percentage points. But we do have our first pro-lifer elected in central Newfoundland, and that is Clifford Small. And so this was one that he had won in 2021 in the last general federal election. It was a bit of a surprise. No one really thought that the Conservatives would pick up that seat, but nonetheless they did. And he so far has a 100% pro-life voting record in the House of Commons. I don't really expect that to change. And so we have our first pro-lifer elected in Atlantic Canada. There are 3 Liberals that have been called for elected in ridings that they're expected to win. 2 in Newfoundland and Labrador, and then 1 in the north part of New Brunswick. So that's the part the Liberals typically win, very Francophone territory up there. One thing that should be noted amongst a lot of those that we're following for the leading for the Conservatives, we're following about, let's see here, we're following 5 ridings right now closely that haven't been called yet. The Conservatives are leading in most of those ridings, but the lead, or they're a little bit behind, but the average margin is only 211 votes. So very, very tight. So they cannot be called yet. We have to wait for more votes to come in, and especially we have to wait for those advanced ballots. But they've called Clifford Small, and that's great news. So that's one in the bank.
So nothing flipping, but pretty much things staying the same at this point?
A couple of things flipping. In Newfoundland and Labrador, particularly on the Rock, we have a couple of ridings that are leaning toward Conservative. In Terra Nova, the peninsulas, the Conservatives only lead by about 500 votes there, and that's with 120 of 270 polls in. So probably we're going to have to wait for the advanced polls. And Long Range Mountains, a bit of a bigger lead, have 125 of 253 polls, so almost exactly half. And the Conservatives there are leading by almost 3,000. So I'm surprised that one hasn't been called yet. It must have a lot of votes in the ballot box for advance. And one other flip that we're seeing so far is in Central Nova. But again, the Conservatives are only leading by less than 100 votes there, with only 35 of 229 polls reporting. So we still have quite a ways to go to see if there's any sort of trend there. But so far the trend across Atlantic Canada looks like it is a tight race, but of course with the vote efficiency favoring the favoring the Liberals slightly.
All right, well, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with our interview with former Premier of New Brunswick, Blaine Higgs.
So we first started RightNow in January of 2016 in the wake of the 2015 federal election campaign. And in that election campaign, you had 80 pro-life members of parliament that were running for re-election, and only 40 of them got re-elected. So just like that, we had already lost half of our already small representation in the House of Commons. And what it made us realize is that if we wanted to have a different result, we had to do something new. The quote is generally attributed to Einstein, which is the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. So we knew we had to start something new, we knew we had to start something unique, and above all, we knew we had to start something effective, and that meant we had to start right now. Since we started RightNow, there are now over 150 more pro-life politicians net, federally and provincially across Canada. You know, personnel is policy. The more pro-life staff we have in Ottawa, that we have in the provincial capitals, the more likely we are to make sure that pro-life politicians, that is, feel emboldened and encouraged and strong in their convictions to stand up to different party officials. The fact that 1 out of every 5 pregnancies in Canada, roughly 20% of pregnancies, end in an abortion in this country is just absolutely despicable. If you look at the assisted suicide rates in Canada, despite the fact that those rates have skyrocketed, I think it's something like 7% of all deaths in Quebec last year, where because of assisted suicide, the normal suicide rates haven't changed. So it's just death upon death. If these two fundamental issues aren't addressed, it's going to have terrible downstream effects, not just in terms of law, but also in culture. I'm a big believer that if you're taking 4 steps forward and there's 1 step back, that's a net 3 steps forward. You're still going in the right direction. There are going to be difficult times. There are going to be some losses here and there, but keep your eye focused on the prize to make sure you win that war. And I think we're well on our way to doing that. The only thing that you cannot do is not get involved.
Abortion happens 300 times a day in Canada. There's no one to protect these babies.
They're voiceless, and if you can recognize that, recognize the need to do something about it.
It takes a leap of courage, but once you do it, you get to see minds change right in front of you.
Every summer, the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform responds with our paid internships in Toronto and Calgary.
I wanted to get involved with the pro-life movement, and I saw that the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform was the most effective changing hearts and minds.
Hi there, what do you think about abortion?
Every day of CCBR's internships, young people go out to the street to communicate with members of the Canadian public.
Do you believe in human rights?
To change their minds, change their hearts, and save the lives of these children.
You will challenge the status quo of our nation using CCBR's outreach projects such as postcarding, door knocking, and conversational street outreach.
You'll get equipped with apologetics, strategy, tools to engage the culture and make a change in our country.
Is it okay, not okay? I was just talking to 3 guys on the street, and we walked through how all human beings should get human rights. And by the end of the conversation, all 3 of them agreed that abortion was never okay.
You will grow in skills and character, gaining friendships and community.
There's a lot of things that make this experience worth it. It's the relationships and the friendships you get to make through it all.
You'll learn public speaking, you'll learn leadership skills.
Who do you think should get human rights?
We use abortion victim photography and effective and compassionate apologetics.
I've learned about why abortion victim photography is so effective. I've learned how to defend the pro-life position.
Our projects reach Canadians with the truth about abortion, and our polling data shows that 67% of these people think more negatively about abortion. You will see countless people change their minds on abortion, and you will see lives saved.
It's been a pretty intense summer in a really good way.
I learned how to communicate with literally everyone.
I think that all humans should get human rights.
Whether you're outgoing or this is a step outside your comfort zone, we need all kinds of people.
Make abortion unthinkable in Canada.
Be a defender of preborn children alongside us this summer.
Apply today at endtokilling.ca/internship. Space is limited.
Our first guest this evening served as the 34th Premier of New Brunswick from 2018 to 2024 and was leader of the New Brunswick Progressive Conservative Party from 2016 to 2024. He's a mechanical engineer, a father, and a political heavyweight. Check it out.
Asked about the potential lawsuit, Premier Blaine Higgs stood his ground.
That's the advantage of living in Canada. I mean, if someone feels that we are not following the rules of the Canada Health Act, in this case, then they have every right to bring it to a legal matter and make it a legal matter and challenge it.
The federal government has deemed New Brunswick to be in violation of the Canada Health Act because it does not fund out-of-hospital abortions, and earlier this year withheld over $140,000 worth of the province's health transfer payments. But Higgs says the province believes it is not in violation of the act, and it should be up to the courts to decide who is right.
But as far as someone trying to hold me ransom and dictate through a non-democratic or non-legal process, I have great difficulty with that.
Blaine, thank you so much for coming on our program.
You're very welcome, Alissa.
So, Blaine, you've described yourself as sort of an anti-politician, willing to depart from old, predictable patterns of governing, who is not part of the establishment, but rather focused on tackling an entrenched status quo. In the context of this election, it seems that the Conservative leader is more part of the establishment, and the Liberal leader isn't the outsider. Is that kind of how you see the two frontrunners in this election, or do you have a different perspective?
Well, I think clear enough. I mean, Pierre Poilievre has been in the system for a while, I guess about 20 years at this point. But he's also witnessed 10 years of probably the greatest demise in our country where we've seen, not only an economic loss and much exodus from capital investment in our country, we've seen policies of immigration that have failed. We've seen housing costs, affordability go through the roof, and we've seen our vulnerability in our country become like it never was before. And then, of course, the Trump issue has just exacerbated that. So I feel like, the Trump issue and all of the issues that we are addressing as a nation have been worsened by 10 years of a Liberal government. And so having Pierre Poilievre challenge that, I hate to think that it's been lost in this election. I fear that it may have been. And those are the issues that are really important to our country.
Absolutely. And speaking of the lost Liberal years and Justin Trudeau, he withheld health transfers to the province of New Brunswick because of a long-standing policy of not funding abortions in privately owned clinics. Not only did you not back down when you welcomed those who didn't like the policy to challenge you in court, it's rare we see Conservative leaders with this type of backbone. Can you tell us what motivated you, and despite the attacks from the federal government, specifically Justin Trudeau and the Liberals?
Well, people would argue, well, I'm a pro-lifer, and that was the reason. But that wasn't the reason. The reason was that we had a policy. I hadn't changed the policy from the previous government. We didn't see the demand and the requirements that were needed to enhance or grow our capabilities in that regard. And so to have the federal government simply enforce it and try to intimidate us into submission, I've never done well with that. I've had my challenges through my time in office, and because I'm very strong in my convictions, and I was very strong in my conviction here, and that we were doing what was necessary as per the law, and we were doing, certainly we had options that we wanted to provide to individuals who were seeking options. And that was an unfair practice from the federal government, and they did not take me to court on it. So they obviously, were taking a position that was not well formatted.
Absolutely. And, you didn't back down in that, and you didn't back down in Policy 713, which required parental consent for children under 16 to change their pronouns at school. After that, multiple premiers, including Scott Moe and Danielle Smith, brought in similar and arguably more strict legislation. So your policy created a positive ripple effect across the country. You did shuffle your cabinet shortly thereafter, replacing the two ministers who opposed these changes. So can you just tell me a little bit about what that battle was like for you, and if you would have done anything differently?
Well, I certainly, would not have changed the philosophy that parents need to be involved with their minor age children. They need to play an active role and take responsibility and accountability. That's the very foundation of our society. And it's rather hard to believe that it's even in question. And I think it is an indication of just how far we've slipped as a society when it becomes a debate. As for the cabinet ministers and those that were actively opposing, they had been challenging my leadership for a period of time, and saw that as a window of opportunity to maybe take me out. They got their wish in the fall election. But the point is, we have to be there for our convictions. We have to be there to be strong for our country in ways that may not further our political career, but hopefully will further our societal improvements. And we've seen erosion in many categories in our country. And so I never was a politician for a career. I had a career before being elected. I was in office longer than I expected to be, 14 years as an elected member, later for 6. But at the point was, I was there to do a job. I wasn't there to get a job. And I'll never look back and say I watered down my principles to survive, because I didn't.
Yeah, and that's what I find. A lot of politicians, they, have these principles going into politics, but then they quickly are diminished as they go along, and that never happened to you. So let's dive into that a little bit. This federal election has had a heavy focus on the economy, with little to no focus on cultural and social issues that also affect children and families. You have been described nationally as saving the province of financial ruin, and provided a larger than expected budget surplus right before the last provincial election. So you definitely certainly know how important economic issues are. But that being said, do you think this is the direction conservatism needs to go? Kind of this all economic conservatism and no social conservatism? Or do you think that social and cultural issues should be an equal part of the conservative platforms, especially given that the Liberals focus so strongly and oftentimes on their unpopular ideologies with little to no opposition?
Well, I think the concern is that people believe you can't do both. There obviously needs to be a balance, and there needs to be, and conservatism isn't all about finances. So there has to be a social conscience, and there is a social conscience, and one can't survive without the other. So in terms of being as good as you can be to every citizen, you have to have the financial well-being and health to do just that. And so it's unfortunate that the Liberals dismiss any sort of policies that actually govern their economic behavior or sustainable future that doesn't cost taxpayers more. We can do both. We can do better at spending our money. What is the most disappointing part of any elected time frame is, we were on a financial path that was seeing our province starting to prosper. We were seeing, we were saving $100 million a year in interest payments alone, but we had record spending in social areas, whether it be health, whether it be education, whether it be social assistance policies. It was, if you look at that record, it was record spending. But because I didn't spend it all and didn't throw it at the wind, people said, oh, well, I'm not spending enough money, or I'm in an austerity program. And I wasn't. But the view is spend till you drop. That is a Liberal philosophy. And unfortunately, the public embraced that. And I wrote an article years ago about politics as a business unto itself. And the Liberal Party are in politics to stay in business. And it doesn't matter what the rest or how the country suffers because of it. It's how do we govern, and govern in perpetuity as such. And I think what they've governed 60-70% of the time, they're very focused on governing, not necessarily on managing.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, like you said, like stronger families culturally means a better Canada economically. You married your high school sweetheart, Marcia, and have 4 daughters. You were able to balance a demanding political career with that of being a father, a grandfather, and a husband. Just my final question is, what kind of words of advice do you have for solid potential candidates who are thinking or interested in running, but are hesitant because of the work-life balance and the toll that it takes on a family?
Well, it's not easy, and it does take a toll. I mean, my children had grown up at the time when I entered politics, and in a sense, my youngest was in grade 12. I was basically at a point that I wanted to make a difference, and a real difference, and it wasn't about staying in office. It was about, can we really change the needle? And my wife was, amazingly supportive and that it being a partner every step of the way. And the point I think I would raise is people really have to ask, why am I doing this? If a person is doing it because of a particular issue or something they really want to change, that is great. If they want to make a difference provincially, which was my goal. Everyone's focused on their own riding because that's how democracy works. So sometimes people lose sight of the big picture because it doesn't fit their own riding initiatives. And that makes it difficult. But I would say to anyone that's pursuing a political career, it is good to have other careers behind you. It's good to have a balance of your perspective. I was in management roles. I was in operating roles. I'd worked with people a lot. But it's also good to have a political experience, because many said, well, I may have been a great manager, but I lacked maybe political savvy as such. But my focus was a better province and a sustainable one. And the hardest part of it all is watch it completely erode, and a reversal of policies that made very good sense upon election of a new government. That's what makes the job less rewarding, because it's not about the money. It's about, are you seeing a foundation that our province, our country can actually be built upon and not be crumbled by others?
Well, we just want to thank you so much for your service and everything that you did as Premier and as an elected official. And like I said earlier, you did have that ripple effect, and you will be remembered by a lot of people as being a very good Premier, one of the best in New Brunswick. So thank you so much for coming on today, Blaine.
Well, you're very welcome, and thank you for the opportunity. Interesting night ahead.
Thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Do you like what you're hearing on this live election broadcast? Do you value pro-life voices in politics? Do you champion the rights of the preborn in Canada? Do you like to see hearts and minds changed by highly trained pro-life activists who engage in dialogue with the public every single day? If the answer is yes to all these questions, support RightNow and CCBR's live election broadcast by scanning the QR code on the screen today. We work hard for months gathering guests, debating topics, putting together a 4-hour program just for you so you can have an alternative to mainstream media on election night. And we couldn't do it without you, the viewers and supporters. So scan the QR code on the screen today or go to itstartsrightnow.ca/2025_election_broadcast to contribute to this very special coverage today. Thank you and enjoy the show.
We live in a world that grows through communication.
Every connection comes from a dream to be heard and realized.
To welcome a better future. What are your dreams?
LaRosse Media will help communicate your vision through our professional video production services and marketing strategies.
I really hope that you choose LaRosse Media for any film projects that you have.
It's been great working with LaRosse Media. They're always very professional. They always meet their deadlines. They go above and beyond for their clients. Absolutely give them a try. It will definitely be worth it for you and your workplace and your future projects.
I will definitely use LaRosse Media again. Guaranteed, you will be satisfied with their service and their overall commitment to excellence.
Start building connections to your future audience. Visit larossemedia.com.
And be sure to check out our extended service options.
Dream, produce, market, succeed with LaRosse Media Incorporated.
Serving Canada from coast to coast to coast.
And we're back. We're going to check in on the election results and what kind of numbers we're seeing at the 9 p.m. mark of the election, or a little bit before then.
Yeah, okay, so what we have is basically all of Atlantic Canada is reporting all 32 ridings there, including the one riding that's in that same time zone in Quebec. So right now, the way it's standing is 21 seats for the Liberals, 11 for the Conservatives. Of course, this is elected and leading, and 1 for the Bloc Québécois. The popular vote is just over 50% for the Liberals, just under 43% for the Conservatives, and 0.3% for the Bloc, and about 6 or 6.5% for the NDP. Now, we have a couple of pro-life ones to declare. So we have Richard Bragdon and Topik Matakwak just got declared as re-elected there. Also in St. John, St. Croix, which was going to be a very tight battle. We were working very closely with John Williamson to make sure that he gets re-elected there. And literally, as I was talking, it just got declared that he got re-elected. So that's now 3 pro-lifers we have for sure elected. And then next door from St. John, St. Croix, in Fundy Royal, again, this is all the southern part of New Brunswick, we also have Rob Moore, and he got just declared now as being elected there. So we have now 4 pro-lifers, including Clifford Small up in central Newfoundland, declared as being re-elected. So if we take a quick peek again, 21, 11, and 1. Now, of some of the ones that we're following in Atlantic Canada, for the pro-lifers, I just want to pull up what the average margin is. It's still pretty tight margins for the most part. Of the ones that aren't elected or declared yet, the average margin is 101. So I know that, for example, in South Shore St. Margaret's, that's going back and forth. Acadianapolis, that one's also really tight. But so far, I would say that the Conservatives are overperforming in Atlantic Canada. Again, we have to wait for those advanced ballots to come in, but they will only extend the margin by a little bit. That being said, the popular vote margin is being extended by the Liberals slightly.
Well, I felt the baby moving a lot while you were talking, so I feel like my predictions are going to come true.
Oh, well, look at that. Yeah, maybe a slim Conservative minority. One thing I will say is that I remember sitting in this, not this studio, but it was a different studio, same building, in 2019. I remember watching the margins in Newfoundland and Labrador go from like 70% margin, not even 70% voted, but like a 70% margin that Justin Trudeau and the Liberals had, and they got shrunk to like 40, 30%. And I thought, okay, if this trend continues into Ontario, we're looking at a win. So we're seeing something similar tonight, but we'll have to see what the Ontario numbers look like.
Yeah, no, I just pulled up those numbers because I was thinking the same thing. We were talking during the break about the difference between a couple of those elections. So in 2015, the CBC popular vote in Newfoundland was 10%. 2019,
like the margin.
No, popular vote.
Oh, for a while.
Yeah, that 2019, 28%, 2021, 33%. Right now, without the advanced polls being dropped yet, so that might change a bit, and St. John's is still rolling in, but 47%.
Yeah.
So we're still seeing a steady increase, and I've been following a couple of the pollsters on the side while we're looking at the results here, and one of the pollsters noted that 338 had Clifford Small, who we just talked about, at 48-48 going into the evening, and he won by 20 points. And so if that kind of trend extends into Ontario, I'm not the kind of person who's going to get optimistic, since every time I sit with you guys at this table, it doesn't end well. But at the same time, that's definitely a positive indicator early on that, at the very least, so far what we know isn't ruling out a surprise later in the evening, a potential surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, one other one to declare, I don't believe we did this last time, is Long Range Mountains that has the first Conservative pickup of the night.
Okay.
So the Conservatives didn't hold that riding last time, and now they hold it now. So now they're adding one more seat to their caucus, assuming that everyone else gets re-elected in Atlantic Canada, which so far they're leading in the ridings, but some of them by very slim margins.
And which polls or which riding did Pierre hold a rally, if any, in Atlanta? Did he go out there?
Yeah, he did.
Where did he focus?
So he held one in Central Nova and by Cumberland Colchester. So right now in Central Nova, the Conservatives are leading by just over 100 votes. So 56-40 to 55-14, very, very tight.
Yeah.
Which is positive, of course, for the Conservatives. It's a much better showing than the last couple of elections. That's Peter MacKay's old riding, Central Nova.
Stinking albatross.
That's right.
Shout out.
That's right.
I always still think about the Stronach and the sad dog and the gumboots, but... Yeah, he was in Fredericton on March 31st, PEI on April 1st, and then in Trenton, Nova Scotia on April 23rd.
Yeah, right now Fredericton, Oromocto is being led by the Liberals by a pretty decent margin. Brian McDonald, I believe, was a former mayor or something like that in Fredericton.
The military usually vote Liberal? Because isn't that like a big military
Some of it, yeah. You have Gagetown around, so the riding did change. So it did get a little bit smaller, closer to Fredericton. A little bit tighter, so to speak, and the Liberals are leading there by almost 1,000 votes, with but only 25 polls reporting. But it is bucking the trend a little bit of the rest of Atlantic Canada. So I think of what we can see about Atlantic Canada is, and like we see, so St. John, Kennebecassis, that one got declared for the Liberals quite a bit. So it looks like southern rural New Brunswick, rural Nova Scotia, rural Newfoundland, that's going Conservative. Francophone parts of Atlantic Canada, urban Atlantic Canada, that's tending to go Liberal.
That's so weird.
Yeah,
rural going Conservative and Francophone going Liberal. Do we expect any, because Quebec probably will be coming up reporting on the results. Yes?
The results from Quebec will start coming in. So what we're going to see is Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and two of the territories will start reporting shortly after 9:30 Eastern.
Okay.
So we're about another 45 minutes, I would say, before we have a whole whack of polls coming in. The one Quebec riding, Gaspésie, the Bloc is quite a bit ahead. Just over 1,000 votes to about 750. Now, this is a currently held riding by a cabinet minister, Diane Leboutillier. We have 10 out of 337 polls reporting, so we still have quite a bit to go. So she could easily close that gap, but we could also see that gap be widened. Just to give you an idea, it is a very small sample size, obviously, but this is the only non-Atlantic Canadian riding that's reporting, and the Conservatives right there are about 10%. So, that's probably in line with what they were probably expected to get. So, like Jonathon said, so far we don't have any really big surprises, but I would say it's a pretty good start for the Conservatives.
Yeah, the results don't rule out a big surprise later on in the evening.
Yeah, no, they don't. But like, so
what would it take to get you excited, Scott?
I just have to wait and see.
The Conservatives win all of Quebec.
I have to wait and see. But so far, the ones that the Conservatives have to hold on to in Atlantic Canada, they're holding on. They're adding to it. But there are a few that they need to hold on to that it's really tight. There's a few that they could add that's also really tight. So it's still early goings.
Well, as you know, a big part of this election has been America-U.S. relations, with Donald Trump launching an unprovoked trade war with Canada and threatening for us to become the 51st state. He even told us to go vote for him this morning. Our next guest has something to say about that. Check it out.
What a brilliant negotiator Donald Trump is. It's terrifying, really. Like, the first thing that he has done is picked at our scabs, for lack of a better word. Like, he's picked at our weaknesses, and he's dividing us very skillfully. He knows exactly where the soft spots are.
Yes.
And it puts us in a very vulnerable negotiating position because we are not united right now.
Melanie Paradis is the president of Texture Communications and is a veteran Conservative campaigner and strategist. She worked as deputy campaign manager for Aaron O'Toole in his successful 2020 Conservative leadership campaign, which led to her serving as director of strategic communications and principal speechwriter in the office of the leader of the opposition. She's also written for multiple media outlets, including the Toronto Sun and the Globe and Mail, and regularly appears as guests on news outlets across the country, including ours tonight. Thank you so much for coming on, Melanie. It's great to hear and see from you again.
Thanks for having me.
You betcha. Melanie, before this campaign began, the Poilievre Conservatives had well over a 25-point lead in the public polls at the beginning of January, and we saw that 25-point lead disappear in basically almost as many days. What role do you think the Trump tariffs and sovereignty threats played in this sudden polling reversal?
I think there was definitely a connection, but there was always going to be a liberal narrative going back to November when Trump was elected. There was always going to be this narrative of, oh, Trump is scary. And so I think that that's something that we could have expected. The tariffs, however, feel as if they were more of a black swan event. And I would compare it to during the 2021 election and lead up to that in 2020, when Aaron O'Toole was the Conservative Party leader, we were dealing with COVID-19, which was absolutely a black swan event. And so there are these things that just, come out of left field and completely change the game and entirely upend the apple cart in terms of what the main issues of the day are. And the other thing I want to point out is that this has really been a tale of two elections. So you've got, on one hand, boomers, or the older demographic, that is very focused on the threat of Trump's tariffs. And on the other hand, you have the younger generations, people who are thinking about starting families, who are trying to buy their first home, stay in the home that they may be in now, and are finding affordability to be the biggest issue. And those two groups feel as if they've been very polarized from each other.
Yeah, I would say in some ways that might be a bit of an understatement. I think this is probably, I don't know what you think. I think it's fair to say this is probably the first federal election, maybe even including provincial elections, at least in our lifetimes, Melanie, where you see such a divide amongst age demographics. Typically, we see divides with regions, with language, for example, in Quebec, ethno-religious groups, perhaps in places like the GTA or Metro Vancouver. But I would say this is the very first time where that was very, very stark. I don't know what you thought about that, but I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, I've not seen it either. And what's so interesting is the older demographic, especially 60-plus-year-old men, has always been a group that are like stalwart conservatives. We could always rely on them. And it does feel like, and again, look, it's still very early in the evening, but when we look at what the polling pre-election looked like, that was a demographic where we were really losing, where the Conservatives were losing support and the Liberals were really gaining at it. And they've never had strong support from that particular demographic. So I think that shift in particular, the sort of reversal of generational fortunes, where the Conservatives were softening their support in senior men in particular, and gaining support from the younger generations while the liberals were losing it is just a really interesting phenomenon. And it really makes us, I think we're going to have to reconsider our vote coalition going forward, because this is just, it's a completely different scenario.
Now, like speaking about that older age demographic that the Conservatives are starting to lose, like, do you think there was anything the Conservatives could have done to stave off this reversal in the polls, most particularly pronounced amongst those older age demographics, for example, like the older men that you were talking about?
Well, I think it's key to not take those demographics for granted and just assume that we can count on their vote, because clearly in this case we could not. And I think there was also a missed opportunity to talk about some other issues that might have appealed to women more. And again, we don't know how women are voting until we see the results come in. But I'm talking about the polling leading up to this election has shown a decline in support. I think about a year ago we were seeing a real increase in support amongst women, younger women in particular, for the Conservatives. And I believe that's because younger women want to be starting families, growing their families. We've seen data that shows that women want to be having more children than they are in Canada. And no one's really providing them with policy ideas to help promote growing families in Canada. And I think that that's an area where the Conservatives really have an opportunity, and I hope we take it going forward, to speak to that generation and provide those policy ideas to really speak to this gap that we have, where women want to start families, want to grow our families, but life is very unaffordable in Canada right now, and it's intimidating to think about doing that.
Yeah, and I think, and this segues, I would say, rather nicely into my next question, because I thought during the election campaign, one of the best things, and it's too bad that it was done so late and in a small environment, or one where you're not going to have as large of an audience, but there was a couple of interviews that Pierre Poilievre and his wife gave where they talked about their own familial struggles, with their children. They have a daughter with very high special needs, and I think that really, speaking as a man, I suppose, but I think that really does connect with women, and particularly young women trying to start families or are starting families, at least the ones that I spoke to. So why do you think that the Poilievre team was so unable or unwilling to adjust to this new reality that was developing within the electorate leading into the election tonight?
So based on my experience from working within the Conservative Party through a couple different leaders, one of the things that I heard a lot when we would talk about demographics to focus on was that the attention needed to stay on men and on younger men. That's like an area where the Conservatives, if we just get the men to vote for us, we're going to win. And I found that was like it should never be at the cost of trying to appeal to accessible female voters. So I think that there was a great opportunity. There was a moment in the campaign where he was talking about women's biological clock, and some people cringed. But I think that we should be encouraging politicians, men as well, male politicians or female politicians, to talk about those issues, to talk about male and female fertility.
Maybe not exactly in the same language, but definitely to address the issue. I think that's totally legitimate. Yeah.
But to your point about making Pierre Poilievre more accessible to women, and the interviews that he did later in the game, I think that they were wonderful. I agree that he should have started doing those sooner. Sometimes the challenge is maybe the candidate isn't willing to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know in this particular case. I do think that Pierre Poilievre did such an amazing job of breaking through, especially on social media, and making sure that Canadians knew who he was. He became a household name because you've seen him in question period. You've seen him be that tough guy that's attacking in question period and is getting his point across and is very sharp and pointy. And that's not the same person that we saw in those interviews about his family. That's the dad that you're seeing. And I think I hope that the Conservative Party tries to put forward, tries to ensure that we're seeing the full picture of the leader going forward.
Yeah, like it's so interesting that you mentioned like, oh, like that was a dad. We finally got to see a dad, maybe not necessarily in the context of those interviews with his children physically, but certainly speaking about his children. I would even argue, and I'm not necessarily the biggest Pierre Poilievre fan, but like definitely from the heart, I personally thought it was very, very heartfelt. And even when you compare it to previous Conservative leaders, like for example, Stephen Harper, which I think a lot of people who are probably watching this right now are relatively big fans of. You know, everyone, when they think of Harper as the dad or as the father, they think of when he first won that election campaign in 2006, right? And he drops off his son, Ben, and what does he do? He gives his son a handshake, right? And everyone has that in their mind. And so this is, I would say, would have been a nice contrast. It would have been a nice contrast to have throughout. And so, again, another segue nicely, Melanie, but with your experience, because you mentioned you've been on a few different teams, a few different Conservative leaders, and you kind of alluded to this specifically when it comes to dealing with women and families and young families. But I think overall, and we'll get into the election results right away here, but overall, like looking back, you know, as someone who's a professional, what sort of advice would you have given the Poilievre team in early January of this year and at the beginning of this election campaign? Like, would you have told them, you know, policy-wise or communications-wise, which is, of course, your specialty, is there something in your mind that sticks out like, you know, I wish I was in the room and I would have told them, or at least suggested that they do this or do that, or maybe not do this or that?
I take a very different approach with legacy media than I think a lot of others in the party do. I think that there's no point in shutting them out. I think we should be looking to include more media outlets, more, you know, not fewer. And if you want to reach more voters, you need to be talking to them through, you know, podcasts and bloggers and influencers, but still also the legacy media. So I think that my main advice would have been to not alienate them further. In terms of making sure that they were involved in the tour, I think there were a couple of announcements that didn't get as much coverage.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting because when I was in Ottawa the other day, I sat down with a member of the legacy media, and she brought up a very good point, which I agree with her, which is, you know, Pierre Poilievre can handle his own with the media. Like, he can handle the questions just fine. And she said oftentimes he does, you know, very well. You know, he might not necessarily answer the question directly, but respond to the question, which of course is something that you learn in communications. I'm sure you can attest to that. So I agree with you on that. Now, just looking at some of these early results from across the country, specifically in Atlantic Canada, I don't know if you're paying attention, Melanie, but I would say generally it seems the Conservatives are somewhat overperforming in Atlantic Canada. The Liberals currently have 23 seats. The Conservatives have 10. So they're generally holding on to those seats that they have, and they're adding a few more. So we saw, you know, for example, Long Range Mountains on Newfoundland. Yeah, that was added. But, you know, I'm looking here, South Shore St. Margaret's. That's going back and forth with Rick Perkins, right? So that's still with, you know, about half the polls reported. You're looking at about a 400 vote lead for the Liberals in that riding. So, you know, kind of everything that you've seen tonight, kind of what are you taking from the results so far? I understand it's early on in the evening. We've yet to go through the rest of Quebec. We have that one riding in Gaspésie. We have to go through the other, you know, 77 ridings in Quebec and, of course, Ontario and so on. So what are you seeing? And I'm going to ask you and put you on the spot. Do you have any sort of predictions for this evening?
So far, the Conservatives are performing well in Atlantic Canada. I think that they're performing better than the polling for sure. They're also doing really well in the ridings that they targeted. So I think it's great to see them flip Long Range Mountains. They're close in a couple of others. They may not win them, but the fact that they are competitive and that it's so close in those races bodes really well for the rest of the country, I think. I'm going to be watching the South Shore in Quebec to see how the Bloc does against the Liberals. That's not really an area where I'm not looking for the Conservatives to pick up seats in Quebec. I'm just looking to see how the Bloc does to hold off the Liberals.
Yeah.
And then once we get into Ontario, I'm looking at my own riding, which is Bay of Quinte.
Yeah, that's a tight one.
a bellwether riding outside of the GTA. Peterborough, Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake. Those are some really interesting ridings to watch that I think people don't talk about very much, but are certainly bellwethers. And then a bunch in the GTA, because if we're going to win, we need to win. We need to pick up seats in the 416 and the 905. I think that I think we're right now. It's looking like we're in minority territory. Either way, it's not feeling like a liberal majority by any stretch, which is what analysts have been calling for. But again, all we have right now is Atlantic, so it's really hard to make a prediction. I'm hoping, of course, for a Pierre Poilievre government. We will see.
Well, I think that's fair enough, and you gave some folks at home some homework to do and some specific ridings to look at, and I completely agree with you. So thanks again for coming on and providing us with your electoral wisdom tonight, Melanie. And we will
Thanks so much for having me.
Right back.
Nature communicates with us in a universal language. The sunrise starts a new day. The sunset marks our accomplishments.
The most beautiful communication is where the speaker and the listener match perfectly and understand the same message.
Your future audience is waiting to hear from you. What message do you need to share?
At LaRosse Media, we fashion beautiful communications through our professional video production services and marketing strategies.
Create your own most beautiful message. Visit larossemedia.com and be sure to check out our extended service options.
Dream, produce, market, succeed with LaRosse Media.
Serving Canada from coast to coast to coast.
There are three parts to the pro-life movement. First is the service arm. Think crisis pregnancy centers. Next is the educational arm, such as the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform. Finally, we have the political arm. For instance, the work done by RightNow. Together, these three arms work to make abortion unthinkable and to give women and their children the support they need to choose life and thrive. But none of this work would be possible without the support of viewers such as yourselves. You, the donors and volunteers, are the backbone of the pro-life movement, and we thank you. RightNow is Canada's leading pro-life voice in Canadian politics. Their goal is to help elect pro-life politicians and to encourage passing legislation that will protect all Canadians from womb to tomb. The Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform likewise seeks to change hearts and minds on abortion and other life issues. This broadcast is our gift to our supporters. If you like what you hear and you like what you see, please donate to help us cover the cost of this live broadcast and the great work done by CCBR and RightNow. Donate today at itstartsrightnow.ca/donate. Please give generously. May God bless you, and may God bless Canada.
And we're back, and we're going to check in on some of the latest results, maybe finish up Atlantic Canada and see what else is coming in.
Yeah, so we have nothing coming in yet. We're still probably about, I would say, 20 to 25 minutes away from getting results from a big chunk of the country. But right now in Atlantic Canada, we have another one to call, and that is Chris D'Entremont down in Acadie, Annapolis. Typically, he sits as a deputy speaker of the House of Commons, so he's a potential, if there's to be a Conservative government, a potential speaker to follow in the shoes of Andrew Scheer as another pro-life speaker. So his has been called. South Shore St. Margaret's goes back and forth between the Liberals and the Conservatives, very, very tight. Central Nova, just pulling that up here, it's about a 300, 250 vote difference for Bryson Jenkins, who's the Conservative candidate there. So very, very tight. When looking at some of our pro-life ridings that we're following in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick that have yet to be called, you know, we're looking at still pretty small vote margins, an average of 461 votes. With a lot more of the vote coming in. So a lot of these are tight. And some of them, again, we might have to wait for the advanced polls. But for the ones that the Conservatives have already held, which are all by pro-lifers that have been called, they've won. We didn't have to wait necessarily for the advanced polls to come in for a lot of them. And of course, we have that pick up for the Conservatives in long-range mountains. So right now we're looking at 23 seats for the Liberals, 10 for the Conservatives, and none for the Bloc. They fell behind in that one seat in Gaspésie. The Liberals pulling away a little bit with the popular vote, but it's maintaining basically the same. About 52% popular vote for the Liberals, 41% for the Conservatives, so 11-point gap. And that's about half of what they thought would be in Atlantic Canada. They thought it'd be about a 20-point gap, so the Conservatives right now have it in half, but the Liberals have a bit more of an efficient vote.
And, you know, does the popular vote ever matter, do you actually really think? Like, you know, people use it to defend or attack leaders,
right.
But at the end of the day, like, the seat count is what matters. But
what matters is the seat count, yeah, whether it be in the United States with the Electoral College for the office of the president, or in Canada for the House of Commons for who's going to form government. What really matters is the seat count. So the Conservatives should be pretty happy with the results so far in Atlantic Canada. That 10 might go back down to an 8, but then if it does, that means that they've held mostly their seat count in Atlantic Canada, and that's a pretty good night for them. They were expected to maybe lose 2, 3, or 4. So we'll have to see what the rest of the country is coming in. I just want to check in on this Gaspésie riding. It's still only, now it is down to a 11-point lead for the Liberals. So that's with 28 out of 337 polls for Gaspésie, the Île de la Madeleine. And so we're under 10% of the polls in, but what that is an indication of, what Melanie was saying in our interview is, you know, if the Bloc overperform in the polls in Quebec, it really puts a big block, if you will, in the way for the, that's why they're called that. It does put a big block in the way for the Liberals to form a majority government. But I would say that right now it's probably looking like a Liberal minority at the very least, but we really do have to wait for those results to come in from Ontario and Liberals.
Or like a Conservative minority.
Right.
It could be a Conservative minority. It very well could. It could be even a Conservative majority. But with that popular
super majority.
Yeah, with that popular vote of now about 12% difference, it would be hard if that carries on forward for the rest of the country. Mm-hmm. It would be a little bit difficult for the Conservatives to do that. But hey, they're doing in some ways twice as better in the margins as they were expected. So.
All right, well, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on those election results. As Premier Higgs and I were discussing earlier, the main focus on this election has been, let's say it together, the carbon tax.
Axe that tax.
I think if we took a shot every time that issue was mentioned, we'd be dead from alcohol poisoning within the first week. Some social issues were brought up, like abortion in Quebec and on the campaign trail to both the Liberal and the Conservative leader. Here's what they had to say.
Question about the local candidate here in St. Catharines and his work with the anti-abortion folks in Florida. It was he called it the most important experience in his pro-life journey. And the Genocide Awareness Project graphically compared the victims of abortion to victims of other atrocities such as Jews in the Holocaust. Part of the platform or part of the party policy is to allow a free vote in the Commons when there's enough interest in it. Is that something you're willing to promise him?
I can guarantee you there will be no laws restricting abortion passed when I'm Prime Minister. For 20 years, the policy of the Conservative Party has been that there will be no restrictions brought in on a woman's right to choose. It's been in our policy since it was adopted by our party members in the year 2004. So this is a 21-year policy adopted by our members and upheld at all of our subsequent conventions. So there will be no laws or other restrictions imposed on a woman's right to decide to do with her body as she wishes. And that is something that I am guaranteeing to you and to all Canadians.
Prime Minister Carney, you're a practicing Catholic. You went to church before you visited the Governor General this morning. Do you explicitly support a woman's right to choose? And how will your faith impact your policy deliberations should you win this election?
Thank you for the question. I wouldn't have drawn attention to the fact I went to church, but thank you for noting it. I absolutely support a woman's right to choose unreservedly, and will defend it as the Liberal Party has defended it proudly and consistently. I will defend the Charter proudly and consistently, as the Liberal Party does. I would say this: I don't speak about these matters. I think what's relevant, when I say matters, my personal faith or spirituality, but I'll say what's relevant is that it informs my sense of responsibility and service. I feel, that I should serve our country the best I can.
I want to ask you about Canada's medical assistance in dying laws. Will the Conservative government make any changes to the laws that exist in this country right now? And are you open to expanding them to include advanced directives?
Thank you for your question. People will continue to have the right to make that choice, the choice for themselves. We are not proposing to expand medical assistance in dying beyond the existing parameters. That said, we believe that we also need better health care so that people have all sorts of options. For example, we've announced that we're going to be bringing in a blue seal that will allow us to license the 20,000 immigrant doctors and 32,000 immigrant nurses who are already qualified but not able to practice. By having a blue seal that is based on the red seal we have for the licensed trades, we believe we can accelerate many of those qualified doctors to take a test, prove they're qualified up to our standards, and then get licensed to work in our hospitals, reducing the incredible wait times that we see right across our country. After the lost Liberal decade, there's something like 6 million Canadians who do not have a family doctor. Lineups at our hospitals are worse than ever, and we think that it's reasonable to expect that you should have a family doctor in an advanced country. And we have so many qualified doctors are not able to practice. The low-hanging fruit is to give them a path to licensure, and that's what we will do with the Blue Seal.
All right, so a lot to get into there. We heard a response from Pierre Poilievre and from Mark Carney, and then we heard again from Pierre on assisted suicide. But let's start with abortion. I mean, there's just so much to say. There was also some other videos that came out, one specifically with his interview with Jasmine Lane, who is a conservative podcaster, and she specifically asked about abortion because she's young and she's a woman, and that the conservatives will never touch it because it's not an issue, apparently.
So edgy.
Yeah.
So edgy.
So Pierre, in the video and in that interview, has said repeatedly, well, there's a 24 or 21-year policy or whatever about that the government won't regulate abortion. Was that a good Pierre impression, by the way?
You needed the super tight shirt or the glasses, one of the two.
So he continuously zones in on this one line of the policy declaration and literally ignores the several other policies that are pro-life, like the Conservative Party condemns sex-selective abortion, and they won't fund abortion overseas, and just plenty of others.
Research using embryos, support for legislation making it a separate crime to kill or injure an unborn violent crime, and very importantly, support for conscience rights for medical professionals.
Right, and free votes. So in some of the clips, he said that our government will never pass laws to restrict a woman's right to choose. That's in the policy handbook. It's not. And then he says, it just won't happen. So he's guaranteeing that it won't happen. So what does that mean? Does that mean that MPs won't have free votes, or does it mean he just thinks that it hasn't so far, so it won't? Well, if he's prime minister, that's a good question. And he's been asked that, and then he completely diverted the response. So we actually don't have a response about that. So, I mean, what do you guys think about this? It's the first time, actually, that a specifically pro-abortion line or policy has been in an election platform for the Conservatives.
Yes. So there's a couple of things there. not to kind of rebut people's nostalgia, because I like a lot of things about Stephen Harper as well, and don't we all miss him after 10 years of Trudeau? But to a degree, I think Pierre Poilievre's policy is a continuation of the Harper policy. We ask, well, what would happen if the majority of MPs were pro-life, or scratch that? Just the majority of them wanted to condemn sex-selective abortion, or, wanted to vote for the kind of pro-life law that has majority Canadian support. Well, we remember what Harper did with the motion on sex-selective abortion, right? He worked behind the scenes to kill it before it could come to the floor.
Kill it.
So there's a lot of ways that a prime minister can prevent things from happening, short of banning a free vote. You can just make sure the vote doesn't happen to begin with. And you'll recall too, when Stephen Harper needed to respond to something else, I think probably the most egregious moment of his premiership was when it was Pat Maloney, our friend who runs the blog Run With Life, which basically just publishes all the results of her freedom of access to information request to the government. And she was the first one who really kind of broke the story that babies were being born alive and left to die in Canada. The number at the time, I believe, was 391. She's been publishing updated results ever since. And two members of parliament called on the RCMP to investigate this, because these were babies that had been born alive. And so they wanted the RCMP to determine the manner of their death to see if something criminal had taken place. And I'll never forget it. Stephen Harper stood up in the House of Commons, and what he said was, we recognize that abortion is legal in this country, and that's the way it'll stay, and he sat back down. Basically taking these examples of babies dying not in abortion and kind of pushing them under the mantle of abortion and just leaving it right there. So I think that's probably what Pierre meant. One of the things that is frustrating for social conservatives who recognize the need to work inside the Overton window in politics is that the Conservative Party handbook is substantially more pro-life and in some cases explicitly anti-abortion than the Liberal Party handbook is. And those policies are the result of very hard work from pro-lifers trying to get the best life-affirming policies possible. And Pierre Poilievre explicitly campaigns on abortion, and he never mentions the other policies, which basically means that he's embarrassed of them. And to the most disappointing aspect of this campaign, and I know it's not popular to talk about what you're disappointed in with the party that, the vast majority of people, obviously, especially watching, hope will win. But when the United Nations came out and condemned Canada's assisted suicide regime. Very recently, this was in March. And they actually, the Canadian government went and they actually defended their policy to the UN, the Committee on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And they basically said, how is this not state-sponsored eugenics? That's not my phrase, writing a column. That was the phrase of the UN looking at what Canada's doing. And then they issued a report telling them not to proceed with advanced directives, not to expand medical aid in dying to people suffering with mental illness, to basically abolish Track 2 MAiD entirely. And not a single federal leader brought this up. This is the United Nations, this is disability rights groups condemning Canada, fits exactly into the Canada is broken theme. We know Pierre Poilievre doesn't really like assisted suicide. He let his MPs go on the road to campaign against MAiD for mental illness, which they did in my riding. The first time I've ever been enthusiastic about a conservative event that I went to was watching 4 CPC MPs at the front of a town hall in Oxford, openly calling it killing, explaining in emotional and impassioned terms why this was morally wrong and why it was devastating to vulnerable people. Leaving there, I said to my wife, this is one of the first times I've ever been somewhere where the language is the language of moral clarity. The language is the language of outrage. It turns out they really can hit all the right notes because they do feel that way when they're unmuzzled. Nobody talked about it. And I thought that was pretty devastating, considering the fact that we know it takes 3 to 4 years to get a psychiatrist. We know that people die on the waiting list for a psychiatrist all the time. 60,000 people have died at the end of a needle, and the Conservative Party already supports limiting eligibility, and the UN dropped them the issue right to their lap.
The party goes beyond that. The party goes beyond not just or being against the expansion of the criteria for assisted suicide in Canada. It explicitly states in the Conservative Party of Canada policy handbook that the Conservative Party of Canada is against assisted suicide, period. Done. Writ large, the whole thing. In addition to that, they are also against the expansion of assisted suicide. Now, one problem that the Conservative Party has, unfortunately, is that not the entirety of caucus is united on that. So recently, within the last couple of years, and our friend Amanda Ackman will be able to speak to this more than I can, but there have been court cases coming out of Quebec, out of the lower courts, where they read into the charter a right to assisted suicide, not only for what exists right now, which is of course beyond what the Supreme Court had ruled in the Carter decision in 2014, but also expanding it for advanced care directives, beyond or to those with mental health challenges, but also minors. And to me, when I hear that from different Conservative MPs, that the entirety of the Conservative caucus is not united on those issues, that really concerns me. And then you see that when Pierre Poilievre is asked about it, then he says, oh, you know, it's a right and we'll keep it as a right. You know, I have prepared here some notes in regards of differentiation between the two leaders. Because when you look at it, it's really, this is the problem, I think, for the Conservatives, and we're about to see, I mean, polls literally just closed this minute in right across the country, everywhere except for basically BC, so we're going to get results soon. But I think one of the problems that, not just in this campaign, but in lots of campaigns that the Conservatives had, is differentiating themselves from the Liberals, in particular this time with Mark Carney, because he's very much seen, whether it's true or not, but he is seen by a lot of Canadians as kind of a middle-of-the-road centrist.
And he's not.
He's not, but neither is Pierre Poilievre, or at least he puts that out there that he's not, but the party is. And I think you have, you know, a supermajority Canadians are against, you know, sex-selective abortion, 84%. You have another supermajority Canadians that are against late-term abortion in 70%. I would bet if you did some polling that the Canadians who supported the legalization of assisted suicide back in 2014 when it was first legalized by the courts, they probably said, okay, I support this in only so much that, you know, Grandpa who's 94.
Track one MAiD.
Exactly. Yeah. You know who's going to die 3 months now from like this horrific pancreatic
reasonably
cancer.
Foreseeable.
We're going to off him now, which again I don't support because
no.
First off, it's just inherently wrong, but also at least to slippery slopes like this. Now, I bet you a lot of those people who had supported that back then would now be against assisted suicide completely because of how much has gone off the rails. This is a missed opportunity. You're talking about a broken candidate again, right? Which I understand with the Trump stuff like that changes things, but this is something you can hang on to. It's a really big point of differentiation. It unites Conservatives in the party.
And he
brings more people into the party.
And he believes it. That's sort of the frustrating thing. Is I understand why they didn't.
And the vast
abortion.
majority of the caucus does too. They're comfortable talking.
I understand why they backed off on abortion, and even on the trans issue, for example. Like Pierre was really getting there with the right language. He was testing it out, shooting it back to the reporters. Like, well, how many genders do you think there are? And the reporter kind of being like, well, I don't actually know, because he doesn't know the right answer to that question. He doesn't want to get fired. But then all of that stopped the second the Trump stuff started, because unfortunately, social conservatism has coded American in this country. On assisted suicide, though, uniquely Canadian issue. We know Pierre opposes it for mental illness. He's generally been pretty good on the issue all the way across the board. And it just matters. Like in 2027, if the Sunset Clause comes in and eligibility gets expanded to people with mental illness, Andrew Lawton's written about this very eloquently. We all know somebody who wouldn't be here if this had been in place 10 years ago. So this will affect every single family in the country. And I cannot emphasize this enough. Everybody knows somebody who has struggled with mental illness. Everybody knows somebody who has experienced suicidal ideation. If you think the horror stories that have made us kind of the canary in the coal mine for the Western world make us look bad now, with the Toronto Star referring to, you know, Hunger Games style social Darwinism, and the Spectator saying, why is Canada killing its poor? If you think those stories were bad, the stories when we permit people to kill themselves solely based on mental illness are going to be horrifying, and they're going to be incessant, because you cannot get good care in this country.
And I also want to bring it back to the abortion issue specifically, that he continuously quotes that one line in the policy handbook saying that the Conservative government won't pass laws to regulate abortion. I do want to point out that that's not even a popular policy within the Conservative movement. And we tested this theory because in 2018 in Halifax at convention, was it 2018? No.
2018, August 2018.
In Halifax, there was actually a policy that got put to the floor at the convention in the breakout room, and then in the main room, that we voted to remove that policy. And it was very quiet. They allowed an extra speaker on both sides, which they don't normally do. And it was a big point of contention at that convention. And that policy to remove it narrowly got defeated by a vote of 47% to 53%.
Yep.
So roughly half of, and that was like one of the biggest conventions ever in the Conservative.
Yeah, the problem with that convention, not the problem, but the way it works is that for the Conservative Party of Canada, in order to pass a policy at the plenary session, you need a double majority. So you need a majority of the delegates from a majority of the provinces and territories, and then a majority of the delegates, period. So the first majority that you first have to meet is a majority of the provinces and territories, and we barely didn't meet that majority. We knew what the popular vote was, but we didn't get to see what, no, pardon me, it was reversed. We barely lost the popular vote, and we knew that, but we did think that we had the second majority of the provinces and territories on board. So it's at best a divided issue, at best, but probably in terms of the party getting rid of that issue, period, it would probably be united by everyone because it helps unite the party. I don't know if you're interested, Alissa, but we have some results now coming in. Yeah, so now, folks, we're getting results coming in from Quebec, Ontario, and we'll start getting them from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta. We're seeing them come in. Let's do the first one that would be fun, which, of course, is our Haldimand, Norfolk, with our good friend, Dr. Leslyn Lewis. She's leading in that riding. One poll reported 203 votes to 155. Right now, right across the country, we're looking at 28 seats for the Liberals, 17 for the Conservatives, 6 for the Bloc, none for the NDP. The popular vote so far is holding at about 52 to 40. So if that holds as more come across the country, that means that the popular vote is going to be a little bit wider of a margin than what the polls were showing toward the end, but it's still pretty early. A lot of that's going to be Atlantic Canada. It just changed, and now we have 30 seats for the Liberals, 20 for the Conservatives. So I feel like we're getting closer and closer and closer to an election call. Some other ridings that we can talk about in the area. Brantford, Brant, South Six Nations. All these ridings, everyone at home, with the representation order changes, a lot of these riding boundaries not only changed, but also the names. So please forgive me because I remember names from over 10 years ago, and so it's going to take me a little bit here. This is very tight. One poll reporting 197 to 151. So up and down the Grand River, Jonathan, where you are, I heard from a lot of Conservative candidates there that they were a little bit concerned because of and we had this with Melanie, and I didn't discuss this specifically, but those ridings up and down the Grand, they were a little bit concerned because you have such an automotive presence in those ridings, whether they are working at the plant in Woodstock, for example, or down in Windsor, or they might work at those plants that are in those ridings but live in a different riding, or their family or friends do, or something like that. So it will be interesting to see these ridings in southwestern Ontario. Chris Lewis, who is a pro-lifer, he's leading his riding. One poll reported 29 to 23. So these are very, very, very early goings. We have one here in Toronto proper. Is that Whitby? That's Ajax, right beside Whitby. A decent Liberal lead, 947 to 611. That's one poll. That's a pretty darn big poll. That's plenty of, that's well over 1,500 in that poll alone. So we have that. In terms of the ridings that we're looking for pro-lifers, none in yet. We have Winnipeg West. So this is a tight riding. The Conservative candidate is not pro-life, he is pro-abortion. So far, with one poll reporting, Marty Morantz is leading 110 to 26. That is one that we are going to keep our eye on throughout the evening. It looks like in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, it is what we're expecting to see. Conservative wins in Conservative riding so far, leading. Again, it's early days. The Bloc reporting about 22 seats out of the Bloc reporting 8 seats so far in Quebec is probably not too bad for them. I'll keep an eye on what it looks like specifically in the province of Quebec. Just going to my...
It's a small thing, but Sean Fraser is also significantly behind right now.
Oh, good.
For those who don't
he's going to go back and
he's
spend
the
time
Liberal
with his family.
cabinet minister who Trudeau was thinking in the polls wanted to spend more time with his family.
That's right. Back
and then when
to the
Carney
family.
took over, he decided he didn't want to spend more time with his family and ran again.
Anyway.
And it looks like his family's going to be stuck with him, which would be great because it means we're not.
Our good friend Michelle Rempel-Garner in Calgary seems to be leading her poll not too badly.
Good what now?
Yeah, exactly. Calgary Nose Hill. She's leading 2193 to 1212 with 6 polls reporting, so that one will probably get called fairly soon in Calgary. Just taking a look at the map here, we have in Riding Mountain in Manitoba, Dan Major, 9 polls out of 250 reporting, and he has over 1,000-point lead, so that's 60% to 28%, so that's looking pretty good. Just want to take a look down here in southwestern Ontario. We have Hamilton West and Castor Dundas. This is probably one of the type of ridings that the Conservatives want to pick up. Only 1 poll reporting, but we have 53 votes for the Liberal and 18 for the Conservatives. Erica Alexander, her grandfather, Lincoln Alexander, very famous in the area. First,
I thought you were going to say you knew the one big Catholic family that makes 53 people.
Yeah, the first Black MP in Canadian history. Simcoe Gray, only 1 poll reporting, but tight, 188 for the Liberals, 134 for the Conservatives. So really, really early to say, you know, what way is going what. A lot of the 26 Conservatives that I can see at least being reported are out west. So yeah, and then we have Battleford's Lloydminster, Rosemary Falk. So that's been called already. 10 polls reporting, over 3,300 for Rosemary, and the Liberal has under 500. So she's leading with over 84% of the vote. If anyone here knows Rosemary, that's absolutely great and fantastic news. So you want to talk about Central Nova, Sean Fraser. He is behind about 500 votes right now, 155 out of 229 polls reporting. Again, we were probably going to have to wait for the advanced polls. I'll check in with our guys behind the scenes and see how many ballots have yet to be counted in that poll, but it looks like we have 18,000, about 20,000 votes in so far. So, you know, it's looking a little bit like a higher vote turnout. I should try and find on Twitter what people are saying about the vote turnout overall. Anything more interesting in Ontario? Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. Show a glance behind right now.
Oh my.
We have 1 poll reporting, 7 for the Liberals, 2 for the Conservatives, and 1 each for the NDP and the Independents. So that should tell folks how early days it is right now in these polling results. But maybe check in with me in a little bit.
But I'll point out that the map doesn't look as bad as you thought. Still.
No, like so far, like the Conservatives seem to be holding their own. So right now it is 40 for the Liberals, 29 for the Conservatives, elected or leading, 12 for the Bloc, 1 for the NDP. That is out in Manitoba. Oh, no, that's Thunder Bay. And the popular vote, the Liberals are starting to pull away a little bit more. We have 51.5 for the Liberals and just under 40 for the Conservatives. So, yeah,
we'll
definitely check with me in a little bit, and I'll check on some of these ridings that we want to keep an eye on. I don't really want to report on the ridings that we're keeping an eye on quite yet. I just want to give a little bit more polls to come in so we have a bit of a better idea of what things are looking like.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on the results and on the different polls, and we'll be right back with an interview with the National Post's Barbara Kay. Stay tuned.
We live in a country that is perpetuating a great injustice.
Every day in Canada, 300 preborn children lose their lives in abortion clinics across this country.
Every year, 100,000.
Since abortion was legalized, over 4 million children have lost their lives.
Their silent screams cannot be heard, but their broken bodies can be seen.
Against overwhelming odds, we stand together as steadfast protectors of preborn children.
CCBR is a national pro-life organization working to make abortion unthinkable.
CCBR follows in the footsteps of social reformers like William Wilberforce, Sophie Scholl, and Martin Luther King Jr. to expose the injustice of what is taking place in darkness and to save the lives who need us most.
We use abortion victim photography and effective and compassionate apologetics.
Hello, what do you think about abortions?
Hello.
To change hearts and minds.
Do you believe in human rights?
We are the resistance who stand for preborn children against the culture of death.
We run various outreach projects throughout the year, including our summer internship programs.
We have 2- and 4-month internship programs. Each year, teams of happy rebels join us to save the lives of future generations.
CCBR is going across all 10 Canadian provinces, bringing Canadians face to face with the victims of abortion.
And it is so exciting and encouraging to be able to bring the truth to people and to see people change their minds on abortion every time we're out doing activism.
Every year, our projects reach millions of Canadians across Canada. And our polling data shows that 67% of these people think more negatively about abortion.
CCBR's presentations, projects, and internships equip pro-lifers to live out their convictions effectively and compassionately.
We need your partnership in standing defiant against the darkness.
Real compassion demands direct action.
The tiniest image bearers are voiceless, and they need someone to speak up on their behalf.
Partner with us financially to enable this life-saving mission.
To do justice and love mercy.
To make abortion unthinkable in Canada.
So we first started Right Now in January of 2016 in the wake of the 2015 federal election campaign. And in that election campaign, you had 80 pro-life members of parliament that were running for re-election, and only 40 of them got re-elected. So just like that, we had already lost half of our already small representation in the House of Commons. And what it made us realize is that if we wanted to have a different result, we had to do something new. The quote is generally attributed to Einstein, which is, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. So we knew we had to start something new, we knew we had to start something unique, and above all, we knew we had to start something effective, and that meant we had to start right now. Since we started Right Now, there are now over 150 more pro-life politicians net, federally and provincially across Canada. You know, personnel is policy. The more pro-life staff we have in Ottawa, that we have in the provincial capitals, the more likely we are to make sure that pro-life politicians, that is, feel emboldened and encouraged and strong in their convictions to stand up to different party officials. The fact that 1 out of every 5 pregnancies in Canada, roughly 20% of pregnancies, end in an abortion in this country is just absolutely despicable. If you look at the assisted suicide rates in Canada, despite the fact that those rates have skyrocketed, I think it's something like 7% of all deaths in Quebec last year were because of assisted suicide. The normal suicide rates haven't changed. So it's just death upon death. If these two fundamental issues aren't addressed, it's going to have terrible downstream effects, not just in terms of law, but also in culture. I'm a big believer that if you're taking 4 steps forward and there's 1 step back, that's a net 3 steps forward. You're still going in the right direction. There are going to be difficult times. There are going to be some losses here and there, but the key is to keep your eye focused on the prize and make sure you win that war. And I think we're well on our way to doing that. The only thing that you cannot do is not get involved.
Our next guest has written and spoken extensively about the MAiD and euthanasia regime that has come to Canada. Check it out.
This has become very normalized in Canada, the idea of death by the state, and it is now considered a treatment plan rather than a philosophical question of, does the state have the right, or do people have the right to ask for this? That used to be the way it was framed. Now it's broadly accepted, and it's just a question of what's your, who gets it. So it's really a treatment plan, and more than any kind of a philosophical issue.
Barbara Kay is a columnist for the National Post, an author, and a regular contributor to a number of radio and television networks. Thank you so much for coming on our broadcast tonight, Barbara.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here, Jonathan. Thanks for having me.
So if Carney remains Prime Minister, do you think the 2027 sunset clause expanding eligibility for euthanasia to those suffering solely from a mental illness is inevitable? Or do you think there's a chance of seeing another public backlash that could force another delay or cancellation?
I think his government, which is the same as Trudeau's government, would be solidly behind that. And I would imagine that he has no objections at all to that. just from what I've seen of him. So my guess is that he would not, he himself would not raise objections and would not encourage broad national discussion if that's what his own ministers and that's what, you know, and if the public polls are not very strongly against it, unless there is a huge backlash, I'm hoping there is, because this is the worst of the slippery slopes. It's, you know, feeling suicidal is considered to be a mental condition. I mean, depression is a mental illness. It makes no sense at all. It makes no sense at all. So I'm hoping that it won't. But by the way, the subject has never come up during the election campaign, so I don't even know how Pierre Poilievre feels about that, or his government. I would assume that they would want to, you know, hold the line on whoa, like, you know, let's discuss this and not go into it so quickly.
So they have stated that they would ban MAiD for mental illness, and that Ed Fast, former MP, put forward a bill that Pierre himself did vote for. And I was hoping that we could see something of a bipartisan consensus when Trudeau was swapped out, because this was obviously an issue that Trudeau was very animated by, but they've delayed the expansion of euthanasia to those with mental illness twice. And because they've been so extreme on this, and because they still, despite that, felt the need to delay it twice, I was just wondering, based on all of your research on this issue, whether you thought there's some way to turn this issue into a broader consensus issue, because granting suicide to the suicidal really should be something where there's collective agreement on. And indeed, to be fair, there was definitely some NDP MPs who voted for Ed Fast's bill.
I would hope. I think it depend a lot on the numbers. If it's a strong minority government, I mean, if the Conservatives have the numbers to say we have credibility and we have, you know, we have a certain segment of a big enough segment of the popular vote and of, you know, to say that what we want should be taken very seriously and there should be bipartisan look at this thing. So I would hope so. If it's a majority government, a liberal majority government, I don't know. I don't know what they would do. I see them as being extremely progressive on every social issue, and this is a social issue. They have very strong proponents within the party that are very, very aggressive about pretty well. They want to extend it past mental. They want to extend it to younger people, and they'd like to see children have that right too.
So you don't think there's any daylight between Trudeau and Carney on this issue?
Carney's hard to read on these things. He doesn't want to talk about social issues. He wants to talk about the kind of fear issues, economic fear issues, that will get him a majority government. And I'm not sure he has even opinions on this. He's never been a politician. He's never had to think about these things. The only thing he's ever had to think about are environment. You know, he's an obsessive environmentalist, and economic issues. He's never been tested on social issues, even cultural issues. So to me, he's an unknown quantity on any issues that are not very strictly, you know, in his background and what he's already done and what he likes to talk about. And what he likes to talk about is the economy and numbers, and he does not want to talk about, I don't see him wanting to talk about any social or cultural issues. He doesn't want to talk about anti-Semitism. He doesn't want to talk about Islamism. He doesn't want to talk about crime or drugs, or, I mean, these issues are not coming up, and nobody's pressing him on them, or they haven't been throughout the campaign. These are issues that Poilievre has thought about a lot.
Yes.
So I have a lot of trust in Poilievre that, you know, he knows these are important to ordinary people, and especially to the people that are not protected by their wealth from the effects of crime and mental illness in the streets, and all of that. The people that are his base tend to be the people that have the least. They're in the public schools, not the private schools. They're not in gated communities. They're in sections of the cities and the towns that maybe are not so wonderful. So I was really hoping for a strong, I was hoping for a conservative majority government. Obviously, that was not going to happen as soon as Trump entered the picture. But I have no confidence in Carney. He does not strike me as a person. He strikes me as somebody who lives at a very lofty level and does not have to confront a lot of the issues that people with less income and less privilege do have to confront on a daily basis.
So on assisted suicide, we were just talking earlier in the live stream about the fact that the United Nations actually condemned Canada's euthanasia regime, specifically called on Canada to repeal Track 2 MAiD, called them to pull back on expanding eligibility to mental illness, as well as proceeding with advanced directives. And so despite that, it was basically not only not discussed by any of the federal leaders, but it wasn't brought up by the press. And so regardless of how tonight goes, how do you think the Conservatives should be dealing with this file, whether they're in or out of government?
Well, I think it's something that's worth putting a task force together. Take it very slow. I think this idea that there has to be some kind of a deadline for it. Why? Just because they're being pressured by certain special interest groups. Yes. But why? So take the time. Take a year. Say you're going to have a task force, and you're really going to bring in people, not only that are expert in mental illness, but people with different political persuasions. Christians, people that have strong moral feelings about it, everybody. And it should be a forum where this can be discussed by many different people. I think even the fact that it's the government that does it. Why? I don't understand why the government considers this part of one's medical, a healthcare system. It seems to me this is a very personal decision. By the way, if somebody is determined to end their life, I can't say that's not their right, but I can say I don't think that this is something that taxpayers should be doing, and that maybe this is something that belongs in the private sector.
Yes, no, it's an interesting way to put it, because I would argue self-extinction is never right, and certainly not a proactively endorsed government right. But so many of the things that you've written and so many of the things that you've said about this issue highlight the real tragic aspects of this. And so what, in your view, because this is, in 2 years the sunset clause runs out, and we get euthanasia for mental illness unless something changes. And so what, in your view, is the most compelling way to move public opinion on assisted suicide, when so many people seem to think this is sort of merely a matter of autonomy and haven't grappled with the ways that consent is impossible when we're talking about mental illness?
I think that hammering exactly what you said, that nobody should be able to make a decision about life and death unless they have truly informed consent. And what constitutes informed consent is that a person has to be in a rational frame of mind to make a decision. And we heard the same kind of arguments with children. How can a child make an informed consent to, say, take puberty blockers, or, that's going to affect his fertility or her fertility? How can that, this is, to me, quite criminal to be saying, oh, no, they know what they're doing. How can an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old child know what they're doing? And I remember when I used to be on shows that we would talk about abortion, I would say, look, I'm not an absolutist on abortion. I wish it was regulated. I absolutely think that it's terrible to have no abortion law at all. But I would say the one argument that I would make is that a woman who is distraught and not, and she goes to an abortion clinic, when she's told, yes, sign right here, that's not informed consent. To me, informed consent would mean, have you thought about this? Would you like to speak to somebody so that you could discuss it? Here is literature on, statistics around. You should know that you may feel very depressed afterwards, and this might affect you in later life. Like all those things that are true, we know that they're true. I've done the research on the statistics around post-abortion depression and that sort of thing, but nobody's ever told that. So I say that it's very wrong, that if somebody is determined to have an abortion, that's a decision that the individual, and I say, even if you know you're killing your own child, it's still your right to do it, as long as you understand that you're killing a human being in progress. But it's yours. It's your child. So, but you should know what you're doing, and you should know everything about it, everything that pertains to that act, and that it's a psychological thing, as well as it's not just ridding yourself of, a piece of tissue. It's so that's why I think that this idea that anybody that tries to talk to somebody who is going to an abortion clinic, or hand them a piece of literature, is so wrong, to say that it's a terrible thing to do. They're trying to help them be fully informed.
Yeah, and obviously where we would differ on this is that I am pro-life, and I'm absolutist on the issue of whether or not we would have the right to kill a child under any circumstances. But one of the things that I think that we do agree on, and that I really wanted to get to, because I don't think enough Canadians understand this. And when I look in the UK, the primary opposition to the legalization of assisted suicide there has been disability rights groups, has been psychiatrists, has been medical professionals, and that's actually been very, very successful. Whereas in Canada, we did actually have a lot of that backlash, but it didn't matter which experts spoke out. The Trudeau government still kind of ignored them. And so maybe as my final question here, what I'd like to ask you is maybe detail for Canadians watching, if assisted suicide for mental illness was legalized, what do you think we should expect to see in this country?
Oh, I think you'd see a huge wave of people assuming that that's what they should do. Because when something is available, then people immediately start thinking, well, should that be for me? I think that so many people that feel suicidal, what's stopping them a lot is that society doesn't want them to do it. Society wants them to get help, and society is willing to help them get that help. But once you've said it, once you normalize it, you would see a tremendous number of people who are depressed. Look, we've already seen that happening in Europe, in the Netherlands. I remember there was a case of a woman in her 50s. She was depressed because her boyfriend broke up with her, and she got it. She requested and got euthanasia. And I thought, whoa, is that where we're headed? And I think maybe we are, because under the umbrella of mental, problems, mental illness, or I can't take it anymore, I can't tolerate my situation anymore, there's no end to the number of things, absolutely no end to what people feel. I can't tolerate, this is a mental problem, and I have to take action. And it is available to me. I think we're going to see a real deluge of people in their 50s, 60s, like I'm not even talking about dementia or anything like that. I'm talking about people who are anxious and depressed on a regular basis. And yes, when they're in a down phase, they're going to say, yeah, this is, I can't do this anymore. No, it's going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible.
Well, we appreciate you coming on and sharing your insights with us tonight, Barbara.
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate being asked. And I wish us all some luck.
You bet. We'll be right back.
In getting the best.
There are three parts to the pro-life movement. First is the service arm. Think crisis pregnancy centers. Next is the educational arm, such as the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform. Finally, we have the political arm, for instance, the work done by RightNow. Together, these three arms work to make abortion unthinkable and to give women and their children the support they need to choose life and thrive. But none of this work would be possible without the support of viewers such as yourselves. You, the donors and volunteers, are the backbone of the pro-life movement, and we thank you. RightNow is Canada's leading pro-life voice in Canadian politics. Their goal is to help elect pro-life politicians and to encourage passing legislation that will protect all Canadians from womb to tomb. The Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform likewise seeks to change hearts and minds on abortion and other life issues. This broadcast is our gift to our supporters. If you like what you hear and you like what you see, please donate to help us cover the cost of this live broadcast and the great work done by CCBR and RightNow. Donate today at itstartsrightnow.ca/donate. Please give generously. May God bless you, and may God bless Canada.
Abortion happens 300 times a day in Canada. There's no one to protect these babies.
They are voiceless, and if you can recognize that, recognize the need to do something about it.
It takes a leap of courage, but once you do it, you get to see minds change right in front of you.
Every summer, the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform responds with our paid internships in Toronto and Calgary.
I wanted to get involved with the pro-life movement, and I saw that the Canadian Centre for Bioethical Reform was the most effective changing hearts and minds.
Hi there, what do you think about abortion?
Every day of CCBR's internships, young people go out into the street to communicate with members of the Canadian public.
Do you believe in human rights?
To change their minds, change their hearts, and save the lives of these children.
You will challenge the status quo of our nation using CCBR's outreach projects such as postcarding, door knocking, and conversational street outreach.
You'll get equipped with apologetics, strategy, tools to engage the culture and make a change in our country.
Is it okay, not okay? I was just talking to 3 guys on the street, and we walked through how all human beings should get human rights. And by the end of the conversation, all 3 of them agreed that abortion was never okay.
You will grow in skills and character, gaining friendships and community.
There's a lot of things that make this experience worth it. It's the relationships and the friendships you get to make through it all.
You'll learn public speaking, you'll learn leadership skills.
Who do you think should get human rights?
We use abortion victim photography and effective and compassionate apologetics.
I've learned about why abortion victim photography is so effective. I've learned how to defend the pro-life position.
Our projects reach Canadians with the truth about abortion, and our polling data shows that 67% of these people think more negatively about abortion. You will see countless people change their minds on abortion, and you will see lives saved.
It's been a pretty intense summer in a really good way. I learned how to communicate with literally everyone.
I think that all humans should get human rights.
Whether you're outgoing or this is a step outside your comfort zone, we need all kinds of people.
Make abortion unthinkable in Canada.
Be a defender of preborn children alongside us this summer.
Apply today at endakilling.ca/internship. Space is limited.
And we're back, and we're going to go right into the election results because we have a lot of them coming in from Quebec, from Ontario, and even some from BC, right, Scott?
Yeah, right across the country now. So polls have closed everywhere, Alissa. And right now for the count, we're looking at about 110 for the Liberals, leading and elected, 81 for the Conservatives, 16 for the Bloc, and 4 for the NDP. So if you want to talk about a party that's overperforming a little bit right now, I would say it's the NDP. They're really focusing and honing in on those ridings that they really need to keep, the ones that they have. The Liberals are expanding that lead a little bit against the Conservatives for the popular vote. So in terms of the popular vote, we have just over 50% for the Liberals, 38.5 for the Conservatives. The Bloc at 4.4, that's a little bit below what they were projected to be. The NDP at 4.3, half of what they were projected to be, but yet they have twice as many seats as they were projected to have. So that the Ontario NDP, I guess, strategy that they had back in the winter earlier this year in their February provincial election in 2025, they really just focused on the provincial seats that they already had in Queen's Park. And by doing that, while they got destroyed by the provincial Liberals in the popular vote, because you were talking about this earlier, they were able to have, I think, close to twice as many seats as the Liberals. They retained official opposition status in the Legislative Assembly, because what matters is how many seats you get elected in. So why don't we delve into this, guys, and just go a bit by bit. So for the Conservatives, we have Richard Bragdon, who was called almost right away. Richard would like to hear that. Yeah, that's right. We have John Williamson in St. John, St. Croix. This is one that he's leading by close to 6,000 votes, so a nice healthy margin of over 20%. Next door and Fundy Royal, again by 6,000 votes, just over 20% is Rob Moore. So Southern New Brunswick polling very, very strong. Acadie, Annapolis, Chris D'Entremont, we said was declared already. South Shore, St. Margaret's, that's a loss. So that's the first loss I've seen for the Conservatives. Rick Perkins has lost that riding by so far about 2,700 votes. I just saw now Central Nova, Sean Fraser, that has now flipped. He was behind for most of the night, not by much. He's not ahead by much. I'm looking at, I have to do my math real quick. I am looking at 96 votes he's behind. So very, very close with just over half of the polls.
We really want to know whether he'll be spending time with his family.
That's right. I think he might too. In Cumberland Colchester, Dr. Stephen Ellis is leading by just over 1,000 with almost 200 to 220 polls reporting. So if the advanced polls are not in yet, then I would say that he's probably very close to being declared for that riding. But if the advanced polls are not in, we're probably waiting a little bit to hear what the results will be for there. So Miramichi Grand Lake, this is the one where the Jake Stewart was running in. Mike Dawson, who's a recent MLA for the PCs in New Brunswick. He's leading that riding by about 700 votes or so. So 140 of 179 polls reporting. We're getting closer again. I don't know, unfortunately, but we need to see if the advanced polls are in before they will call that. Prince Edward Island, while we're in Atlantic Canada, has been completely swept by the Liberals. Let's see if the Conservatives were close in any of them. 56 to 38 in Cardigan, not really. Malpeque, 53 to 39. Charlottetown, 61 to 31, absolutely not. Egmont, which is probably the most winnable for the Conservatives, 51 to 43, so less than a 10-point margin. But that has all been called for the Liberals in Prince Edward Island. A little update on our seat count is 130 for the Liberals, 89 for the Conservatives, 16 for the Bloc. The Bloc seem to be, a lot of Quebec is reporting, the Bloc seem to be behind a little bit, I would say, in Quebec, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, but that would be good news generally for the Liberals on their way to trying to elect a majority government. Now we get to Ontario. So now things get interesting.
CTV's already called it for the Liberals.
A government of some sort?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I figured as much. So if we go to Prescott, Russell, Cumberland, this is Pierre Lemierre's old seat. The Liberals are ahead 1,500 to about 1,200, so about a 13-point lead, which is very reflective of the kind of the national popular vote. Ottawa, pardon me, it looks like pretty much a clean sweep for the Liberals right now. Only a couple polls reporting per riding. As we go down kind of the St. Lawrence into the Lakes, Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry, about a 300 vote lead, pardon me, with only 14 polls reported for Eric Duncan. So that one will probably be called fairly soon. Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. Only about 100 point would be amazing. 100 vote lead for Michael Barrett, who I would say, like, I remember working on his nomination campaign. He's really come into his own in that caucus. He's very strong. He's very versatile. I find that he can do a lot of different things. He seems to be really focused on the ethics file. And I mean, you're close to Ottawa and everything like that. And he seems to be really good at it. So hopefully he can pull away a little bit more. Bay of Quinte. So this is one that we're going to keep track of all night. We only have less than 2 hours.
I know.
There's a lot to report here, and there's a lot yet to come in. But Bay of Quinte, this is kind of one of your typical bellwether ridings. Ryan Williams is the Conservative incumbent there. He does so far have a 100% pro-life voting record, although on Twitter you wouldn't think that. But what we really care about are votes. He's behind by only about 50 votes in that riding, but that's with 5 polls reporting so far. So a bit of a trend starting to be developed, but still probably too early to say one way or the other. As we move into further west, we look at Peterborough. Like, this is like your classic bellwether riding. I am surprised this hasn't been called for the Liberals yet. Michelle Ferrari, which can be a polarizing figure even amongst Conservative supporters. She's behind by almost 1,000 votes in that riding, with 10 out of 308 reported. So we have quite a few more polls to come in, but so far not a great trend. I would be curious as to where physically in the riding those polls are. Northumberland, Clark, this is just south of Peterborough. This again can sometimes be a bit of a swing riding. So if the Liberals are starting to burst out of the GTA, these are the types of ridings that they would start slowly picking up. This is a pickup for the Liberals back in 2015. Only 1 poll reporting so far. Philip Lawrence, the Conservative, 39 votes to the Liberals, 34. So we still have quite a bit to go there in that riding. Bowmanville, Oshawa North, 1 poll reporting so far. Jamil Javani, our good friend Jamil, he's got 59 votes and the Liberal has 41. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It's pretty early. In Oshawa, this is Colin Carey's former riding, and it's shrunk quite a bit. Only 1 poll reporting, but a very good result so far, about a 10-point lead. Almost 100-vote lead for Rhonda Kirkland, who took over from Colin Carey. In Whitby, we have a bit of a tight race early so far, but it's a good trend, I would say, for the Liberals so far. They have 251 votes to Steve Yamada's 184 for the Conservatives. In Pickering, Brooklyn, these are the types of ridings that the Conservatives absolutely need to pick up as they start to get closer and closer to the GTA. We have 3 polls reporting, very close race so far. The Conservatives, 191 votes, the Liberals, 190. So we're looking at some tight races on the outskirts of the GTA. Now getting into the GTA, Willowdale, we have 2 polls reporting. The Conservatives are ahead, 161 votes to 153. Again, looking with the Sean Fraser situation in Central Nova, looking at South Shore St. Margaret's in Nova Scotia, we have to remember that we have these advanced polls coming in. And as we saw from the polling firms, the Liberals tend to have about a +10 margin advantage. So look for, it's good for the Conservatives that they're leading in some of these GTA polls, but you have 1 poll, or GTA ridings, pardon me, but you only have 1 poll reporting, maybe 2 reporting. So it's pretty early, and obviously with these small numbers, the advanced polls have not come in. Next door in York Centre, Rowan Baber, who ran for the leadership of the Conservatives back in 2022. Very, very anti-COVID-19 restrictions. Got kicked out of Doug Ford's caucus. He has just over 1,000 votes. So he is about 50 votes ahead of the Liberal incumbent there. That's with 2 polls reporting, so we have quite a bit yet to go in that riding. In Etobicoke North, we have the Conservative candidate ahead by 50 votes exactly, 3 polls reporting. So we have to see the rest of the GTA. looking at the Mississaugas, so far most of the Bramptons is all red. So when the CBC is reporting a Liberal government, that absolutely makes sense to me.
CBC and CTV.
Yeah, and CTV. Okay, there we go. We have Brampton East, one poll reporting the Bob Jasonj Singh, who I believe is a former mayor or a mayoral candidate at the very least. He is only leading by 24 votes. As we kind of scoot out from there and go to other parts of the province, we want to look at a place like Niagara Falls. This is again like a Peterborough. It typically is a bellwether riding. Right now, Tony Baldinelli, who has a 100% pro-life voting record, he has 194 votes, and the Liberals have 173. That's with 5 out of 200 polls reporting. These polls in Ontario seem to be taking their time coming in. Niagara West, a bit of a tighter race than we'd like to see for Dean Allison there. Only 4 polls reporting. He's ahead by about 300. Why not check in with Dr. Lewis? She's ahead by almost 1,500 votes, which should be of no surprise to any of us. That would be a really good example to, I would say, to other MPs and candidates in that area, that if you kind of are like a Dr. Lewis and you develop your own voice, but you're still helping out the party, you can kind of buck the trend and have a 30-point lead as opposed to, you know, like a 10-point lead or a 5-point lead. Middlesex, London. This was behind for the Conservatives at the beginning. This is Leanne Rood, again, a pro-life member of Parliament. This is of 6 of 243 polls reporting. She's ahead by 2. She was behind a little bit earlier in the evening. South of that, in Elgin St. Thomas, London South, our good friend Andrew Lawton, with 5 polls reporting, he's ahead by about 125, 130 votes. So tight, but he's ahead, and so that is positive news. Essex here, I see, has flipped. So at the beginning of the evening, Chris Lewis, who's a pro-life Conservative MP, he was ahead. Now he's behind by 14 votes, 225 to 211, 5 polls reporting. It looks like in Southern Ontario, whether it be in the GTA, whether it be on the eastern side in Pickering and Oshawa, Peterborough, or whether it be in southwestern Ontario, these are all looking like pretty tight ridings, which unfortunately for the Conservatives, as the advance comes in, that might not bode well, but it's pretty early. Like, we only have a couple of polls reporting. Bruce Gray, Owen Sound, look at this. Like, the Liberals are ahead by, 20 votes, but there's only two reporting, polls reporting there. Barrie, Springwater, or Medonte, again, a tight one. The Liberals are ahead by about 30 with 4 out of over 200 polls reporting, so we have quite a ways to go yet. It's a little early to talk about these, but why don't we talk about out west, where we have actually some ones to call. Kathy Wagenthal, she has been called. She has won her riding in re-election in Yorkton Melville, not quite at those historic Rosemary Falk 85%. Numbers, but she got over almost 83% of the vote in Yorkton Melville, so it's great to have Kathy back. We talked about Dan Mazur already in Riding Mountain, north of my home riding. He has almost about a 1,500 point lead in Riding Mountain. That one has been called. Brandon Suris, Grant Jackson, 4 polls reporting so far. A pretty tight race. He has 155 to the Liberals' 114. Again, pretty early days, I would expect that Grant would win that one. We're just going to check in Marty Morantz again here in Winnipeg West. Only 5 out of almost 200 reporting. He's ahead by about 130, 140. So again, we'll have to wait for those advanced polls to come in. Nikki Ashton's riding, which I know we're all dying to hear, she is behind barely so far, 10 out of about 180 polls reporting, so getting closer to that 10% reporting mark. The Liberal has 285 and Nikki Ashton has 238, so that's a pretty close one. In Souris Moose Mountain, so all the ridings beside my home riding are getting called, but not my home riding. Souris Moose Mountain has been called for Stephen Bonk, a former Saskatchewan Party MLA. He has beat Rosemary's number. He has over 86% of the vote so far, so that is a hold for the Conservatives.
Because Jonathon was just in Saskatchewan.
That's right. This is the Jonathon, ladies and gentlemen at home, like this is the Jonathon Van Maren effect when he goes on tour.
85 plus.
Yeah. But in Saskatoon University, you could have used some work. There's one poll reporting. The Liberal has 17 and the Conservative has 16. So 1 point behind. Don't worry, folks. It's just one poll reporting. So I'm sure that core to core will probably have a pretty good night there. Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas, our good friend Rachel. Lots of good friends out there tonight. Lots of good friends out there tonight. She has over a 1,000-point lead. That's been called. She's been re-elected in the riding of Lethbridge, which should be a surprise to nobody. Let's take a peek at Calgary. So
let's do it.
One of the things about Alberta, and Alissa, you live there. Jonathon, you lived there for a time, both in the city of Calgary. In rural Alberta, the Conservatives have done very well, very strong, and a lot of the polling projections, you know, when you go riding by riding, you look at like Battle River Crowfoot, right? Damien Kirk, and he's expected to get, you know, like around 80% or some sort of ridiculous number like that. When you look in the cities, though, is a bit of a different story. So in Calgary Centre, we have the Liberals are ahead with one poll reporting so far.
Which Liberal, though?
Pardon me? No. Yeah, between Greg McLean and Lindsay. Yeah.
Wasn't he a former Liberal anyway?
Greg?
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. But he's pro-abortion, that much we do know. So Greg McLean is behind, 335 to 274. Again, just one poll reporting. To the south there in Calgary, Midnapore, 4 polls reporting. I'm surprised this hasn't been called yet. Stephanie Kuzi, she's ahead by about 1,500. Yep. So good for Stephanie. She should get reelected there, no problem. We were never really worried about that. In the northeast of Calgary, Calgary East, Calgary Crowfoot, you're riding. Calgary Skyview. Like these are the ones that I'm really waiting for them to come in. The fact that they haven't come in as the others come in suggests to me that the counting is taking longer, which means it's probably a bit tighter, but we'll have to see. I don't want to read too much into that. Right. As we go into Edmonton, Redmonton as some people like to call it, Edmonton Riverbend, 2 polls reporting the Liberals are ahead, 97 to 86 for Matt Genereux. Matt Genereux, unfortunately, a pro-abortion Conservative. In Edmonton Southeast, 1 poll reporting so far, but Amarjeet Sohi's quite far behind, 301 to 134. Again, we have a ton of polls to report there, so we kind of have to see. We can't really see a bit of a development yet for Edmonton. They're just 1 poll reporting here and there. Saeed Ahmed, who is a pro-life Conservative candidate in Edmonton Centre, well, that just jumped right now. 3 polls reporting now. He's ahead by almost 300 votes, 644 to 376. So that is good news. And just as we were speaking now, Edmonton Riverbend flipped again. Matt Genereux is now ahead, 371 to 322. The total seat count right now, Liberal, 147, so about 30 away from getting that majority. 113 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, so now they're a little bit up to what they were supposed to be, and 5 for the NDP, so they're overperforming a little bit. The popular vote right now across the country, 48% for the Liberals, 39% for the Conservatives, 6.5%, 6.2% for the Bloc, which they're expected to be, and 4.5% for the New Democrats. They're below what their popular vote was supposed to be, but their seat count is above. And now I just want to kind of go into BC and see some of the results there. Let me just zoom out here. So as we look at Skeena-Bulkley Valley, this is one that the Conservatives really want to pick up. Chief Ellis Ross, yeah, he was a former chief, right? Ellis Ross?
Yeah, I think
an Indigenous leader of some sort, yeah. Former BC Liberal MLA, ran for the leadership back in 2020, I believe, for the BC Liberals. He's behind the NDP incumbent, 74 votes to 26, but again, only 3 polls reporting. North Island Powell River, only 4 polls reporting. Wow. Really, really small votes for these polls. Aaron Gunn, the Conservative, 11, the Liberal, 4, and then 1 each for the NDP.
Green, like 11 votes?
BC, yeah, 11 votes, exactly, yeah. So I think it's too early to really say what's happening there. Chilliwack Hope, Mark Strahl, 40 votes to 33, 2 polls reporting so far, 33 for the Liberals. Similkameen, Okanagan and West Kootenay. This is a type of interior one that the Conservatives definitely need to pick up as the NDP vote collapses in the interior of BC. We have 1,200 for the Conservatives and just under 1,100, pardon me, for the Liberals. About 10 out of 281 polls reporting, so a good start for the Conservatives there, but a little too early. I see we have a few in Vancouver and Metro Van, so I just want to zoom in on a few of them. South Surrey, White Rock. This is Carrie Lynn Finley. Only one poll reporting so far, 10 for the Liberals, 8 for the Conservatives, very, very early. Richmond East Steveston, one poll reporting, big poll. These, again, are the type of Metro Vancouver ridings that the Conservatives need to pick up. 432 for the Conservatives, 378 for the Liberals. Parm Baines is the incumbent there.
Is this the riding that Kenny Chu was previously in, or?
Yes, it is.
So
yes.
He was going to run again in the nomination.
And Zach Ziegel was appointed by the party.
Right.
So for people at home, what happens is under the Conservative Party of Canada rules, as for most federal political parties as well as provincial ones, if you do not have a candidate in a riding and the writ is issued for that riding, then typically it's the prerogative of the leader to make an appointment.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get into this right away, I think, yeah. Alissa, but the unfortunate thing that a lot of people experienced was that we think, at least from what we can tell from the patterns, that Conservative Party headquarters purposely did not have nominations in these ridings. They brought them into the writ period so they can make these types of appointments. So that's what we're going to see there. So I would say 113 so far from the Conservatives. There are definitely more to come in, for sure, to be called. I see just a ton of ridings got called across Western Canada, but I think we maybe want to talk about a couple other things maybe, then we can come back to the results if you'd like.
Well, I think the Kenny Chu issue goes straight into our next topic, which is the nominations. And nominations were a huge problem for the Conservative Party this election, and it all started in Oxford. Former MP Dave McKenzie held the Oxford riding seat for 19 years until he retired in January 2023, triggering a nomination. The candidates running were McKenzie's daughter, Deb Tate, a former Woodstock City Councillor, Rick Roth, and Garrett Van Dorland, a Conservative staffer that worked for a Conservative Saskatchewan MP, and on Leslie Lewis's leadership campaign. And Conservative Party favourite, who was parachuted into the riding from Brampton. His name is Arpan Khanna, who was a previous incumbent MP, who also served as Ontario co-chair for Poilievre's leadership campaign. Now, Garrett Van Dorland had been working on selling memberships for years and was already way ahead of all the other candidates. Because of that, the party whom he worked for disqualified him. No reason given. This, along with clear favoritism showed towards Arpan, created deep divisions within the membership. The president and vice president of the Oxford Riding Association quit. Letters were written by the candidates saying that they disapproved of Garrett's disqualification and wanted a fair nomination race, including Arpan. And the former MP, Dave McKenzie, endorsed the Liberal candidate in the by-election over the Conservative winner, Arpan Khanna. This would not be the first time that a Conservative MP would endorse a non-Conservative candidate over nomination shenanigans. Former MP Ed Fast, who announced he wouldn't be running again in the riding of Abbotsford South Langley, recently endorsed a BC United Cabinet Minister, Mike de Jong, after he was informally rejected by the Conservative Party in favour of Sukhman Gill. The way the party backroom operators acted to steal democracy from the good people of Abbotsford and Langley is unconscionable, Fast said. I could go on and on about the amount of nefarious nominations that happened this election, but let's bring Jonathon and Scott into this conversation. You know, do you think that this is the worst election in terms of nominations that we've ever seen in the last few election cycles, or I guess since Harper days, Scott?
One real quick thing before we get into that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Holloman Norfolk, Leslyn Lewis, Dr. Leslyn Lewis, she has been declared the winner, re-elected there with about a 2,000 to 2,500 vote majority, so that's really good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say that in this electoral cycle, and we were discussing this earlier today, Alissa, that it seems to me within the Conservative Party of Canada, it was the most, I don't know what the proper term to look for, interference I think we've seen. It didn't necessarily seem to be ideological. It seemed to be for I call them the gatekeepers within the Conservative Party of Canada.
Cronyism.
The higher ups. It would seem to be like, well, this is my friend, and Garrett Van Dorlen's in the way.
Leadership campaign.
Garrett Van Dorlen's got to go. I'm sure Garrett being pro-life doesn't help either. His case with those types of people. But yeah, I think in terms of like pure numbers, this is the most that we've seen. One situation with Aaron O'Toole was he had the COVID-19 restrictions, right? And he only had about a year of being leader before there was a general federal election. So you're trying to play catch up. But with Pierre Poilievre, he had almost just as much time as Andrew Scheer did to have all these people nominated for the next election, just maybe a few months short. And we didn't see this type of activity under Andrew Scheer's leadership, not that I can recall, at least. So yeah, I would say so far in our experience, this has been probably the worst one thus far. I don't know how that compares, because I wasn't born yet, to the Progressive Conservative Party internal politics back, the 1980s and 70s and so on and so forth. But I would say definitely in our professional lives, this was probably the worst one we've seen so
and
far.
Oxford is your riding, Jonathon.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so it felt like it was a lot more common because it was happening.
Yeah.
Today.
Right.
Yeah, like it was kind of tough because do I think that Garrett got disqualified because he was pro-life? No, because Arpan is actually pro-life as well.
Yep.
And as I mentioned earlier, he's the MP I was referring to who did campaign really well on assisted suicide, and your organization had already vetted him as pro-life when he was running where he's actually from, which is Brampton. So that was the issue, is he got parachuted in, rented a basement suite in Woodstock or whatever, and then kind of pretended to be from the area. And it really grated. Like I boycotted the entire nomination process because I'm like, this thing is a joke. It's totally rigged. I'm not going to vote for the candidates they've decided that I'm allowed to vote for. I didn't feel bad for Dave McKenzie either, though, because he had delayed retirement, and it looked very obvious. It looked to all of us like he was just delaying retirement so he could squeeze his daughter into the same position. And
that never happens.
And just to pass it on, my home riding back in the day was Chilliwack, which went from Chuck Straw to Mark Straw, as you might recall. So again, I loved Chuck Straw. I was his youngest volunteer, but it does happen quite a bit. It does seem like it happens a lot more often, and I do not think that the kind of Ottawa bureaucrats understand the extent to which it really infuriates local people.
Yeah.
Because Garrett's like from Otterville, he's from the riding. When Arpan sends out his emails, and look, I don't even dislike the guy. I did not vote Conservative last time. I did vote Conservative this time because of his position on MAiD for mental illness and stuff like that. But every email, when he sends an email about Oxford, I'm like, I'm from the West, and I've lived here longer than you. Like, I'm not even from here yet, but I'm more from here than you are.
Yeah.
So it's probably just Jenny Byrne again, who, if the trend continues and the Conservatives keep on losing, I would like to talk about Pierre Poilievre's ex-girlfriend, who's costing us the second major campaign.
You just really went there. For folks at home, that is an interesting point.
Did I get something wrong?
That's all very accurate. One thing that is interesting with Jenny Byrne is that this is the second Conservative campaign that she's been the head campaign chair of. The last one being 10 years ago in 2015, when the Conservatives won fewer than 100 seats. Right now, I don't know how many the Conservatives will be projected to win. The Liberals are about 30 behind. There's a couple really tight ridings there right now where it could go over to the Liberals with the advanced ballots coming in. I'm waiting for, because in your situation in Oxford, and I think it helps that Arpan was pro-life, or is pro-life, right? And that we had vetted him back in the 2019 general federal election, and I would say that in that riding, I don't know how much Arpan was involved in those nomination shenanigans.
I don't think much.
I don't think much either.
It's a disservice to those candidates.
Look, I voted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He still pretended he was from Oxford. That's still what graded. I don't think he was involved in the shenanigans. I think Pierre wanted him to have a safe riding, and they picked Oxford because it was.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he still showed up here and started talking about how important Oxford was to him when he probably couldn't have found it on a map with both hands.
Well, it's important now because it's paying his bill.
Yeah. But the thing I wanted to get at it was that it's interesting you say the word was. That's operative, because it was a safe riding. And in the by-election, it most definitely was not, because Arpan barely won that riding compared to historical Conservative.
Well, a lot of people,
examples.
myself included, stayed home.
Yeah. Like I'm interested to see, for example, Abbotsford South Langley, which we saw the situation with Mike DeYoung and Sickman Gill. I'm waiting for those polls to come in. They haven't come in yet for that riding. But I think you're going to see a similar situation there. What should be a very strong riding for the Conservatives. Ed Fast, how many years have he held that riding for? And you know, I always thought he would be a leadership contestant at some point, but very strong on the assisted suicide.
Well, let's actually talk about that, because I think timing is everything when it comes to that riding. Because I mean, we had Sabrina Maddow, who is running in Oakville, on our podcast, even though she was pro-abortion, and we were supporting Kostas Menegakis, who was appointed over her, because the problem, the biggest problem in terms of, you know, discord within the Conservative Party, specifically with different factions of the party, is messing around in the nomination process. That's why I dislike strongly this current OLO when you compare it to the Aaron O'Toole OLO. Like, don't mess in the nominations. You get people angry who are local, and you get people angry from different groups that are running different, you know, the candidates fair and square. So I think that's really important. And specifically when Pierre first became leader, he was initially asked about whether he will allow open and fair nominations. And this is what he had to say.
So if there's an opportunity before the next election for the incumbent nomination rules to be changed, would you support open nominations?
Yeah,
that could bring in more fresh faces.
Generally speaking, I support open nominations. We're kind of in a delayed position right now. It's a holding pattern because the boundaries are being redone. So it's very hard to nominate people for ridings that don't actually exist. But generally, my view is that we should have open nominations, and we have strong incumbents, but we also need to bring in, and in the non-held ridings, we also need open nominations, not just handouts of nomination tickets to favored friends.
Now, that was before the Pierre makeover, so I don't know if that made a difference in how he viewed open and fair nominations, but they were definitely not open and they were definitely not fair. And then when the party kind of caught on, oh, maybe we can't just disqualify people for no reason, they started to wait until the writ was dropped to then just appoint candidates. So there were actually several former MPs who were not appointed in their ridings. Pierre Lemieux, who worked for years and years in his riding, was just completely chosen over.
The only Conservative to win that riding in such a long time.
Let's not choose a winner. Let's choose.
Yeah, it's the same thing with
his former staffer. Like.
Yeah, exactly. And you see this. You see this in a few other ones. A former MP is not allowed to run. We saw this with Rob
Anders,
Lawrence Todt. That's a big one, right? So
another winner.
Yeah. So let's check in on that riding. Let's check in and see how Elmwood's doing. So Kildon St. Paul is right there. Elmwood Transcona. Right now, Colin Reynolds, 3 polls reporting 200 votes for the Conservatives to 120 for the NDP. So it's pretty early, but like they just lost it in the by-election there. So if they win that one, it'll be probably by the skin of their teeth. Winnipeg West, Marty Morantz is now behind by literally like 20 votes. I just see right there. So, but these are great examples where Lawrence Todt, if you were probably running in that riding tonight, probably wouldn't be by the skin of his teeth. Now, granted, it's just a couple of polls reporting. I see some interesting stuff happening in Calgary. Do you mind if we quickly hop in there? Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, so Calgary Centre, Greg McLean, the incumbent Conservative that's still behind, still reporting only 1 poll, 335 to 274. In Crowfoot, your riding, 1 poll reporting, Pat Kelly, the Conservative, behind by 1 vote, 62 to 61. So it's, Calgary McKnight. This is one that the Liberals are looking to pick up. The Conservatives are leading right now 67 votes to 48. So that is with 1 poll reporting. We still have 147 seats for the Liberals, 113 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, and 1 for the NDP. And there you see Pat Kelly right there. He's He's leading by a little bit, but not by much. I believe that we see on the screen is his result from the last election. Right now, with the popular vote, we have about a 9-point lead for the Liberals, 48.1 to 39.1, 6.2 for the Bloc for their 24 seats, which is kind of what they're expected to get. And our friends in the NDP overperforming still 4.5%, but with 5 votes, or 5, seats in the House of Commons. While we're talking about this, and we'll hop back to the nomination thing, but I want to go over to Atlantic Canada and talk about a couple of ridings out here. And this is what I meant by we have to wait for the advanced polls to come in. So if we look at Miramichi, Grand Lake, the Conservatives have been leading there pretty much all night. Now the Liberals are leading 12,000, about 700 to 12,450. So it's still very tight. Mike Dawson, the former PC, New Brunswick PC MLA, he could still carry that one forward, the Conservatives, but it would be very, very tight. We already talked about South Shore St. Margaret's and how that was lost. Central Nova, which is one of the ones they've been looking to pick up. Sean Fraser, very tight. 176 polls out of 229 reporting. 12,946 for the Liberals, 12,669 for the Conservatives. So about a 300 vote lead for Sean Fraser over the Conservatives. Cumberland Colchester, Dr. Ellis, very tight again. 203 polls reporting out of 222. So we're getting closer and closer to that call. Dr. Ellis is ahead by almost 800. So with only about 19 polls left to go and having close to a 1,000 vote lead, he should be able to get that one, but that's going to be very tight. So some of these margins we were seeing, like in terms of the popular vote in some of these ridings for the Conservatives, early in the night, they were kind of only behind by about 10 points when it came to the Liberals overall in Atlantic Canada. But right now we're seeing them starting to fall a little bit more behind in the popular vote in Atlantic Canada, and that's because the advanced polls are now starting to come in. Things are starting to close out. One I'm also keeping an eye on is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. This is a former Avalon riding. 258 polls out of 270 reported. So basically 95%. And it is a 28 vote lead for the Conservatives there right now. So very, very tight. That's good news for the Conservatives, because even if they did lose that riding, let's say by 30 votes or something like that, it's very impressive what they've been able to recover over the last few elections. But yeah, this is why the network's called a liberal government of some sort. We just have to wait to see.
They're not saying.
I haven't seen anything yet.
I just checked.
I think it's a little early. I think we have to wait for some of those advanced ones to come in. Like Bay of Quinte, for example, they have 15 polls out of 223 reporting, so about 7.5% of the vote is in. I doubt that the advanced polls are in, just from looking at the raw numbers. But you have almost a 10-point lead, which translates to about a 200 vote lead for the Liberals in that riding. That's one that the Conservatives absolutely have to hold on in rural Ontario. I believe you have a little bit of Belleville in that riding. While we're at it, just want to take a look at St. Catharines. Boss Slimers, pro-lifer running there. 5 polls reporting, so it's pretty early. But Boss is behind by about 200 votes, 964 to 739. So it's a little bit early, but looking at the trend for Southern Ontario, I would say that probably not going to win that one, but we'll have to see. Just a couple other tight ones I want to see. Kitchener-Conestoga, only 3 polls reporting out of over 200. 135 votes so far for the Liberals and 91 for the Conservatives. So again, like the percentage is going to look big, right? It's going to be like more than like a 15% vote margin in terms of the popular vote in that riding, but you're only talking like 40 votes. So we need a little bit more to come in, but so far the entire Tri-Cities is moving in the same direction except for Cambridge, where there's about a 200 vote lead for the Conservatives so far, with 20 out of 215 polls reporting, so that's about 10%. So now we can talk about a bit of a trend. So there's going to be some weird things happening because you lose Peterborough, you lose Bay of Quinte, you lose Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake, but you're picking up potentially Cambridge. So things are quite fluid. We just have to kind of wait and see a little bit more polls to come in. Like, for example, you have the Conservatives leading in Mississauga, Streetsville, but that's with only one poll reporting, and they're only leading by 5. So polls are taking their time from coming in from urban and suburban Ontario. That suggests to me that they have a lot of counting to do, which means that they're close. Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, this is interesting. Very tight race. 40 out of 282 polls reporting. So you're looking at about 20%. Now it just flipped. Pardon me. I talk about something and then it completely changes. I was going to say the Conservatives were ahead in that one by about 100 votes. Now they're behind by about 300 votes. Very tight. About half the polls reporting 110 to 282 in that riding. Chris Lewis still hasn't been called. I'm a little surprised by that. He's ahead by over 2,000 in that riding with 45 out of 278 polls reporting. That one confounds me a little bit. We have a bit of a seat update. The ticker is even behind a little bit on this, but we're trying to keep updated as best we can. 158 for the Liberals, so they're less than 20 seats away from getting that majority. 134 for the Conservatives. So right now they're ahead, and they're winning more seats than they did last time. 9 for the NDP, really overperforming tonight.
Going 9 seats in overperformance?
That is an overperformance compared to where they were expected to get.
And they need 12 to remain a party,
based on a few
in the House of Commons,
based on a few numbers I just ran, Poilievre is currently, just by share of popular vote, having the best election night for a Conservative leader since Brian Mulroney in 1988, and it wasn't even close to enough because the NDP has collapsed.
Speaking of Poilievre, we have one poll reporting from Carleton.
Yes.
It's one poll, so this is Pierre Poilievre's riding. So far in that riding, with one poll reporting, we have the Liberals 582, Pierre 405.
Okay, let's talk about this. So, because you just said that Pierre is doing better than any other.
The Conservative Party right now is doing better than anybody since 1988.
And I know that the polls could change in his riding. So, what are the different scenarios here? Do we have an update for Carney's riding?
Yeah, he won already.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Carney winning for sure. His riding, winning the election, becoming prime minister. So what happens if Pierre does better than expected, but also loses his seat?
This is interesting. So I had heard from a reporter that I had coffee with in downtown Ottawa the other day that there was a memo that went out from someone within the party explaining to the caucus what happens if the party loses the election, which obviously they already have. That 134 seats, by the way, that the Conservatives have, I do expect that to go down a little bit as the advance polls come in, as we saw from Atlantic Canada, but I don't know if it'll go down a ton. So if the Conservatives lose the election, the Liberals form a government, potentially a majority government, probably a majority government, but Pierre Poilievre doesn't win his seat. What happens in that case? Well, Pierre would remain leader of the party because the party is governed by the party's constitution. But within the House of Commons, the opposition, His Majesty's Loyal Opposition as is officially called, they would need to elect amongst themselves some sort of leader to represent the opposition in the House of Commons. The official opposition does have a leader, 164 for the Liberals now, so they're less than 10 seats away from getting a majority, so I think it's fairly safe to say that they're probably going to win a majority. 134 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, 10 for the NDP. They're almost at official party status, overperforming, yeah. The Conservatives,
it was all just so Jagmeet could get his pension.
That's right. The Conservatives would have to elect in their caucus someone to represent the official opposition, lead the official opposition in the House of Commons, because that person does have certain duties attributed to them.
Who do you think Jenny Byrne would pick?
Would Jenny Byrne even be around?
Well, also, would that mean then an MP, would he just wait till the next by-election, or would an MP actively step down so he could run?
Good question. Does he remain leader of the party? Like, do you remain leader of the party when you had a 25-point lead that disappeared in as many days?
And go from a liberal minority to majority?
I think they'll give him, I think it's very unlikely that they won't give him another shot if his popular vote share continues to go up like this, because it's, right now, basically, people are putting Donald Trump in the act of God category, like hurricanes and tornadoes and other things like that it couldn't have been predicted. At the same time, like when you look at what Trump pulled off, right? The people who hated him the most had to realize that it was kind of a historic comeback to lose an election, pretend you didn't lose the election, end up running again, plowing through a bunch of different candidates, winning the nomination, and then getting elected president, and actually winning the popular vote this time on top of it. Like this time around, like a fourth Liberal mandate, like John Turner couldn't pull it off, Kim Campbell couldn't pull it off. It is wild that, especially after the amount of economic pain Canadians have gone through over the past 10 years. Like last year, they said 23% of Canadians thought they would need a food bank. 23%. And they're still voting the Liberals in again, right? It kind of boils down to the H.L. Mencken quote I think about a lot, right? Democracy is a theory that the people know what they want and they deserve to get it good and hard.
Yeah. Well, it also goes to show you, like, you know, people didn't think that the Conservative policies were different enough from the Liberals. So they liked Carney better than Pierre. That's ultimately what it came down to.
Likability, sure. I do think it turned into like a flag-waving contest. And Liberals are better at that because of Canada's kind of perverse progressive brand of nationalism. And I say this as somebody who, like, obviously I'm not a Pierre fan because Pierre supports abortion. If I was in Pierre Poilievre's riding, I wouldn't vote for him because I do not vote for pro-abortion candidates of any party. At the same time, I guess it depends on what you guys think about whether or not he should have pivoted hard or not. Like Corey Tenike said, should have pivoted away from axe attacks and towards Trump way earlier on. I was kind of going back through all the past statements. The press didn't cover his anti-Trump statements because they were too busy saying that he was Trump, but he was out pretty much right away.
No, he was not. He was not.
The day afterwards, his campaign put out a couple of videos that I thought were really well done.
It was more than that. So to me, my theory has always been that there was a block of time in early January when the former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced that he was going to resign and not run again. On January 6th. He had an epiphany on the Feast of Epiphany. And there was about a week there in between January 6th and when Mark Carney, Prime Minister-elect now Mark Carney, had his interview with Jon Stewart on The Daily Show. That, frankly, I think he did very well with. There was a week of silence. There was a leadership vacuum. And whether you agree with it or not, a lot of people were feeling a lot of angst. A lot of people in my family, friends of mine, family of my friends, they were feeling it. And, you know, I think, Pierre should have not necessarily pivoted hard, but I think there was an opportunity at that time that he could have stepped into the frame and told Canadians this is his vision of a conservative Canada and to give them that confidence. Now, would he have solidified that 25-point lead? Probably not. Like, a lot of that would have dissipated. But right now he's behind in the popular vote. Right now he's behind in the C count. He's probably going to become even more behind in the popular vote and more behind in the C count as the advance polls start to come in for Ontario and other places like Edmonton, Calgary, and Metro Vancouver. And it was a missed opportunity. It was a missed opportunity for Pierre Poilievre. It was a missed opportunity for the Conservatives. Just because Trump is making gross threats about Canada's sovereignty and wanting to say he wants us to be the 51st state doesn't mean that the Conservatives can't talk about it. And for me personally, if you don't want to react to or not policies, but events as they come up because they're not your bread and butter and they're not things that you're comfortable with, don't run for public office, and most certainly don't run to be Prime Minister. This is one criticism that Leslie Lewis had during the 2022 Conservative Party of Canada leadership race that I think was exactly on point when she said to Pierre, you don't want to run to be Prime Minister, you want to run to be Finance Minister. And even at that, at Finance Minister, like, you look at the Conservative platform, and for a guy who ever since he was like 12 years old dreamt of being the next Baroness Thatcher, what did the platform say? It said another 4 years of perpetual deficits. They're just not as big as the Liberal deficits. Like, I understand, for example, like, you know, maybe you can't bring Canada out of deficit as quickly as you would like, but say that. Tell us it's going to take 7 years, 8 years, like, have some sort of plan. So when you're talking about differentiation, you know, Carney's promising pipelines. He's promising resource development. Yes, it's a 180. It is a 180.
Yeah,
but with...
You have to be pretty stupid to believe him.
Well, okay. if Canadians are stupid for believing him, how stupid are the Conservatives because they got their asses handed to them by the Liberals again?
I think maybe it was his. I think it was his likability then, because he was always -20. But anybody who wants to read Carney's book, like I actually got Carney's book, like
values.
The fact, values. The fact that he could cancel the carbon tax and run out the next day. This is why I make the Mencken quote, because I actually do think at a certain point that a lot of the boomers who already have homes and don't care about the pocketbook issues that Poilievre was running on, conservatives typically don't do well with young people. They're doing way better with young people right now. Like at a certain point, when you look at a whole bunch of people who hated the Liberals and are moving towards the Liberals, and some of them are doing it on the carbon tax issue. You can't have anything but contempt for that.
Yeah, I remember.
Because it's so cynical and it's so phenomenally Machiavellian that for them to pull it off, it says something about the electorate more than it says about the parties.
Yes, it does. But if you're a good politician, you're going to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
So when the Trump thing happened, the electorate gave permission to all the political parties, not just to the Liberals, to talk about different things, and if you have to do a 180 on the policy. The Liberals took advantage of that. Good on them. They're getting rewarded for that. The Conservatives didn't. Those 7 days when there was a complete leadership vacuum at the beginning of January, when Pierre Poilievre should have stepped into the frame and given his vision of a conservative Canada, what did we get for him? Axe the tax, axe the tax, axe the tax.
It worked for the Liberals.
No, but they had more than that. They talked about more than that.
But they didn't even capitalize on the Liberals doing that. They didn't say, yes, this is our policy that he adopted.
That I did not
understand. They didn't take it as a win.
So that was my view. I thought that was the biggest conservative miscalculation.
Yeah.
Take the win and point out. By the way, every single time a Liberal posted a photograph of at the pump with the new price, they should have retweeted it and said, "You're welcome."
Yeah, exactly.
They should have trolled them hard across the board. But that level of cynicism was so breathtaking, and it was such an apparently merited insult directed at the voters that they thought they could pull it off, and that they, as it looks like, did kind of pull it off.
Yep.
And it's just hard not to look at that and
But
think.
then you also saw tangible results, because on April 1st, you did see gas prices go down. So I think that's not being gullible. It's actually seeing the effects of a good policy being...
And not thinking, hey, they could have done this at any point in the last 6 years and didn't.
Yeah, but I mean, because it was Justin Trudeau, but now there's a new leader, and he says that he's going to do this, and he followed through, and now we have lower gas prices. So, I mean, that's why I think it comes down to likability, because ultimately they're similar in a lot of the policies, as Scott has described, but like Pierre doesn't have that likability, or even maybe that education or that background in the real world that Carney does. And for a lot of people, it just seems like he's the adult in the room.
Yeah, and his likability, that was the thing that worried me right from the very beginning. It was at -20 on Saturday. His likability hasn't, there's been little wobbles here and there, but it really hasn't moved a lot. The polls based on who do you trust more financially went all over the place based on the circumstances. How much people liked Pierre Poilievre, and I think they did the best they could have with his makeover, right? They got rid of the glasses, they made him work out, they did a whole bunch of different stuff, and I think in the debates we saw a much more restrained version of Poilievre. He was deliberate. They obviously told him not to be yappy, smarmy,
or borderline boring.
Or packed with numbers, right?
Yeah.
And Trudeau needed an attack dog, and Poilievre was perfect for that. But I think the makeover worked to the extent that they could make the guy over. But I don't think the likability worked. I don't have an aversion to Poilievre. I'm not a fan of. I was never a fan of his because our values are entirely different. But I didn't have the same aversion to him that other people did. But I see that it's true. He could not budge the numbers, no matter how hard he tried.
Well, there's a lot more to say on this, but let's just give our viewers a little bit of a break, and let's take a break ourselves. We'll go to a quick commercial, and we'll be right back.
De soumettre des projets de loi pour limiter l'accès à l'avortement. Et justement, des militants anti-avortement travaillent fort pour faire élire des candidats qui vont défendre leurs valeurs au Parlement.
Between May 1st and when we started and July 15th, we knocked on over 150,000 doors.
Wow, it's a lot of doors.
And those 50 ridings. Yep.
Le mouvement contre l'avortement au Canada se rajeunit et il s'organise en s'inspirant de stratégies qui ont eu du succès aux États-Unis.
You have some kids at home who are in high school who are pro-life. I encourage them to also purchase memberships.
Scott Hayward a mis de côté sa carrière de comptable agréé il y a quelques années pour cofonder un des groupes anti-avortement les plus en vue au Canada en ce moment.
Hey everyone, Scott Hayward here from RightNow.
Fini les manifestations devant des cliniques. Le groupe RightNow fait dans la stratégie politique.
If you want to see a change in public policy, you have to get involved in the political process.
Leur but, c'est d'investir les lieux de pouvoir pour ultimement faire adopter des lois qui vont diminuer le plus possible le nombre d'avortements au pays.
What gets people elected is actually getting involved in the nominations and knocking on doors. That's it. And so if pro-lifers want to increase the number of pro-life members of parliament or members of our legislative assemblies, that is what they have to do, and we exist to facilitate that.
Et il semble que ça marche. La première réussite que s'attribue RightNow, c'est la victoire en 2016 à l'Assemblée législative de l'Ontario de Sam Osterhoff.
And we pledge to fight to make abortion unthinkable in our lifetime.
À 19 ans, il a surpris tout le monde en remportant la course pour devenir le candidat du Parti progressiste conservateur dans sa circonscription contre un politicien de longue date avant d'être élu député. Une des clés pour RightNow, c'est de vendre des cartes de membres du parti à ses bénévoles pour qu'ils puissent voter lors des courses à l'investiture et faire élire des candidats anti-avortement.
Sam is one of many. He's the first for us, and many more to come that will get elected to our federal and provincial legislatures.
RightNow se vante aussi d'avoir aidé en Alberta 30 députés qui se disent pro-vie à gagner l'investiture et à se faire élire lors des dernières élections provinciales il y a quelques mois.
For the election here federally coming up in October, we've been focused on 50 ridings.
Pour les élections fédérales, RightNow a lancé l'opération 50 pour faire élire 50 nouveaux députés anti-avortement à Ottawa.
We looked at the returns, the numbers from the last federal election in 2015, and we focused on those ridings that had the smallest total number of votes, where our pro-life candidate in 2015 lost by.
Pas question pour eux de révéler quel candidat ils appuient. Ils nous disent seulement qu'ils sont dans presque toutes les provinces, même au Québec. RightNow calcule qu'il y avait 58 députés pro-vie à la dissolution de la Chambre des communes. Pour faire élire une majorité et ainsi pouvoir changer les lois, ça leur en prendrait 170.
Realistically, can we go from 58 to 170 pro-life MPs? No, that's not realistic. We have to build toward it, so it's going to take a couple electoral cycles.
RightNow a seulement 2 employés, mais le groupe dit pouvoir compter sur un bassin de centaines de bénévoles.
Without the volunteers, nothing happens.
Et pour en recruter toujours plus, Scott et sa collègue Alissa donnent des ateliers un peu partout au pays.
Why should pro-lifers door knock? 2 huge things, numbers and influence.
Les bénévoles qui cognent aux portes ne parlent pas d'avortement. Leur mandat est d'identifier les électeurs qui soutiennent leurs candidats pour les inciter à voter le jour des élections. En consultant la page Facebook de RightNow, j'ai appris que le groupe allait aussi dans des écoles secondaires confessionnelles recruter de jeunes bénévoles. Dès 14 ans, les Canadiens peuvent devenir membres de la plupart des partis et voter notamment lors d'une course à l'investiture.
Is there reason schools are targeted?
We don't target schools, right? We don't reach out to schools. They reach out to us. Any group, organization that reaches out to us and wants us to come and talk to their organization, we're more than happy to do, which sometimes includes schools. So yeah, there are a lot of young people, like you mentioned earlier, that are part of our organization. We get them connected and we get them involved. The interesting thing about pro-lifers, surprise, surprise, is they tend to have lots of kids. So advantage us, we're able to have a bigger pool to draw from than probably our political opponents.
On entend souvent que le droit à l'avortement au Canada est tellement bien protégé par la jurisprudence, par la Charte canadienne des droits et libertés, que ça ne sert à rien de parler des stratégies des opposants. Mais ce n'est pas l'avis de Véronique Pronovo.
Cette volonté de changer les mentalités, ça existe, c'est réel. Et éventuellement, ça peut avoir un poids un peu plus important, justement, si on réussit à convaincre la population que ça prend une loi, que l'avortement libre et accessible sur demande, c'est une position extrême. Donc, si on réussit à changer ces paradigmes-là, effectivement, le changement de mentalité peut mener à des changements politiques importants aussi.
Les opposants à l'avortement ne s'en cachent pas. Ce sont des changements qu'ils veulent.
I think that and it's going to be shocking to the world, how much success that we are going to have here in Canada over the next 10 years, from my basic calculations just by looking at the numbers.
Do you like what you're hearing on this live election broadcast? Do you value pro-life voices in politics? Do you champion the rights of the preborn in Canada? Do you like to see hearts and minds changed by highly trained pro-life activists who engage in dialogue with the public every single day? If the answer is yes to all these questions, support RightNow and CCBR's live election broadcast by scanning the QR code on the screen today. We work hard for months gathering guests, debating topics, putting together a 4-hour program just for you so you can have an alternative to mainstream media on election night. And we couldn't do it without you, the viewers and supporters. So scan the QR code on the screen today or go to itstartsrightnow.ca/2025_election_broadcast to contribute to this very special coverage today. Thank you and enjoy the show.
We live in a world that grows through communication.
Every connection comes from a dream to be heard and realized.
To welcome a better future. What are your dreams?
LaRosse Media will help communicate your vision through our professional video production services and marketing strategies.
I really hope that you choose LaRosse Media for any film projects that you have.
It's been great working with LaRosse Media. They're always very professional. They always meet their deadlines. They go above and beyond for their clients. Absolutely give them a try. It will definitely be worth it for you and your workplace and your future projects.
I will definitely use LaRosse Media again. Guaranteed. You will be satisfied with their service and their overall commitment to excellence.
Start building connections to your future audience. Visit larossemedia.com.
And be sure to check out our extended service options.
Dream, produce, market, succeed with LaRosse Media Incorporated.
Serving Canada from coast to coast to coast.
PPC leader Maxime Bernier made the podcast rounds in the U.S. this election, something we haven't seen from him since the creation of the People's Party of Canada. Here he is discussing different issues with American broadcaster Tucker Carlson. Check it out.
Now that Trudeau is gone or sort of gone, like, what was that? Who was he working for, actually?
I can tell you, Tucker, he was not working for us, for Canadians. He did destroy our country economically, socially, and culturally. We are fed up with the Liberals. And right now, in that electoral campaign, it's all about, there's only one subject now. It's not, I wanted to have this election to be on mass immigration. I was a conservative before. I was elected for 13 years. I was a Minister of Foreign Affairs and Industry Minister under the Harper government. I resigned and we created the People's Party in 2018. You're 10 times bigger than us. We won't win a trade war against the US.
That's true.
And he said dollar for dollar. And he said, yes, it will hurt us Canadians. And yes, we may start a recession, but that's okay.
All right, so do we think this was an effective use of Maxime Bernier's time? He also went on Alex Jones. We talked about Carney going on Jon Stewart. So different leaders went on different American, media sites. Do we think this was an effective use of Bernier's time? And ultimately, what is the future of the PPC and where do we see this going and how will it really affect this election, if at all, or future elections? Let's just get into it on the PPC.
I'd say my difficulty with Maxime is I don't know what he's trying to do. Mm-hmm. I've interviewed him before as well, and he's very good at identifying the issues that animate specifically populist conservatives at the moment and then really leaning into them. And he usually climbs on board with them once he's identified a group of people who cares, which is not a terrible way to do politics. I'm not bashing it, but when the ballot box question is who's best to push back against Trump, and you go into Tucker Carlson's podcast, and look, I used to quite like Tucker Carlson because I thought he was a great essayist and his book was great. He's gone completely nuts over the last couple of years, and so why was he going on this podcast? You almost get the sense that he just thought it would be cool to go on Tucker Carlson's podcast, because I don't think any rational political actor in a Canadian federal election could reach the assumption that this was a good idea.
I think it's like a more normal idea than going on Alex Jones, though. Like, that just seems really out there.
Well, like, they're a continuum at this point. This is what I mean. Like, Carlson's shifted towards Jones territory to the point where he interviewed Jones and introduced him as a prophet. But I do agree that it's a completely different category, and I just don't get what the point was. Like, he strikes me as somebody who wants to land a gig at the Rebel or something like that. And if I knew that for sure, everything would make sense to me. I guess I just look at him and think, you were a cabinet minister for Stephen Harper. You were like, what was it, a point and a half away from being leader of the Conservative Party of Canada?
Less than that, yeah.
Less than that, and now he's reduced to going on Alex Jones and, you know, joining random street protests and things like that. Like, speaking as somebody who's not at all opposed to street protests, I just don't get what he's doing. I think it was a terrible idea if he was trying to function politically, but I kind of feel like that's not what he was trying to do, because that doesn't make any sense.
And I know that in the last election, well, it was either 2019 or 2021, I think it was 2021, the PPC did cost Harold Albrecht and Kitchener-Conestoga their seat.
Yeah.
But other than that, it hasn't really been a major vote split.
Yeah, it cost that seat again in 2021 with Carleen Hawley there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and let me just look up Conestoga right now. Kevin Dupuis, 163. It's close, not quite, costing the Conservatives again in that seat.
Okay, so the PPC has 163, right?
Yeah, and the difference is about 300.
And there's no other ridings where they are like they have that much. So yeah, I guess it is kind of a question of what do they want to be? Do they want to be considered an actual political party? Do they want to just be a protest vote? Do they just want to push the Overton window to push their issues and not actually like try and win seats? Like, what's
But why would I want
the
them
goal?
to be a protest vote, right? Like, when I want to vote, when I want to send if I don't have a pro-life conservative who can do something like vote against, you know, euthanasia for mental illness, I'll vote CHP. I voted CHP in the last election.
Yeah, but in a lot of ridings, they don't have candidates.
That's fair. Yeah,
This time around specifically, because the party's not, you know, ran super well.
And also, I would argue that the PPC is more well-rounded than the CHP. Like, the CHP, you know, is sort of like to push the Christian message on people, whereas the PPC has
They're later going on Alex Jones.
right, which is not as Christian. But I will point out, I absolutely love, and I know that they don't have conventions, that they just create policies and put them in their platform, but I have to say I love the two policies they have on abortion, and I really think that if the Conservative Party adopted these types of policies, it would go a long way, because they are popular, like you said, popular policies. I just want to point them out. One is to foster a national debate on abortion. So it says, break the taboo surrounding abortion and encourage an open, respectful, and fact-based discussion on this issue. Challenge other political parties to explain why they believe killing a healthy and viable child is morally acceptable and should remain legal. The second policy is to align Canada with international standards on abortion. Like, this is a really, really good policy. How can anyone argue with this? It's introduced the Protection of Preborn Children Act to bring Canada in line with the laws of other civilized countries where abortion is gradually restricted the first trimester and late-term abortions are prohibited except in exceptional circumstances. PPC MPs will be free to vote, blah, blah, blah. So not all PPC candidates are pro-life. One of the biggest ones I can think of is Megan Murphy, who, you know, was a feminist and wrote for Rabble and everything, and then the gender ideology debate completely turned her against all of that. So she's really fascinating and interesting on those types of topics, but is like completely in line with the left on abortion. But most of them do hold a lot of these views, and they're not crazy to me. Like, these are really good policies that I think are very common sense. So do we see like the Conservatives swallowing the PPC anytime soon, or do we see it just vanishing, or do we actually see it becoming some sort of a political presence?
I think it's a one-man vanity project.
That's the problem.
And
that's the problem.
I can't see how it turns into anything with him running the show.
Yeah.
Like, he's he's not even good at, he's just not good at politics, which is surprising for somebody who was an MP for so long, right? If they were a serious party, he would have done what the Green Party did a long time ago, right? You identify a single riding, you swamp it, you fundraise, you get somebody on the floor, and then they get to give great speeches, and then you put those videos online and you say, look, we're the conscience of Canada, etc. But they don't seem to do that, and I don't really understand that.
Yeah, I think their lack of structure is really what's going to hinder them, and it's starting to happen. I think Maxime Bernier is probably past his best before date. Like I'll take a quick peek in Beauce, like his riding that he ran in, but I mean he hasn't even come to close to double digits in that riding for a while, or at least threatening to actually take it for quite some time.
CTV is projecting a Liberal minority.
Okay, interesting.
Which would be kind of a relief. We'll be at it again in a year and a half, guys.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty strong minority at that, but yeah, here Beauce, PPC 5.6%, 1,300 votes in a riding where he used to win several tens of thousands. I think the problem for the PPC is that they don't have a proper structure. They don't have a party constitution. They don't have a leadership review. They don't have a mechanism for how they would pass policies. And we were discussing earlier today about some of the good policies that they have on assisted suicide and abortion, some of the stuff you just mentioned. And you asked me, well, how did they come up with that? And I said it's just diktat from the leader, right? And that's not how you should run a political party, especially for people who tend to be more right of center, right wing political actors that are members of the party, supporters of the party, run as candidates for the party. They typically don't like that. They like to have some sort of structure within the party and make sure there is some sort of accountability. And also, too, for a political party, it's important because that way the party can respond to different events as they come up. So if you're putting all your eggs in one basket and relying on one person, it's not going to end very well.
So we could potentially see a better future for the PPC if they had like some sort of leadership review or leadership race, basically. Potentially.
I think that would be interesting. Yeah. I think that would have been interesting after the last election when they actually were polling at one point in double digits and they got almost 5% of the vote. I don't even know how much percent of the vote they have right now. The Elections Canada website's not doing so hot. But yeah, I think it would be interesting, but I think their time for doing that is starting to dissipate and disappear as they become more and more irrelevant each passing cycle. Like I remember when they first started, people would say, well, you have to give it some time. Look at the Reform Party back in the 80s. But it's been almost as long, right? It's been close to 10 years and they're going backwards, not forward. Yeah. So I like a lot of the PPC candidates. I wish they would be candidates for other political parties so they would have a higher chance of actually getting elected. I have voted for PPC in the past, but I think as an actual going concern entity in Canadian politics, I don't really see much of a future for them. I would be interested to see what their fundraising dollars are like because they do have to report to Elections Canada. Well, probably not after this election because they probably won't meet the standards. So, and I don't think, you guys could disagree with me, I don't think Maxime Bernier being on the leader stage for the debate, I don't think that actually would have made a difference.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
All right, so where are we with seat count?
All right, we're still...
Can you look at Abbotsford, South Langley?
Yeah.
These numbers actually look like it's... Jenny Byrne might have just handed the Liberals that seat.
Yeah, there's a really good chance of that.
This vote split with Mike de Jong.
Yeah.
So right now we're seeing the seat count at 164 for the Liberals, 135 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, 10 for the NDP. So we got to get that ticker updated there. We have about 45% of the vote is in for the Liberals in terms of the popular vote, and about 40.5 is in there for the Conservatives. So Conservatives doing well with that. Oh, sorry, we have update here. 156 seats for the Liberals, 149 for the Conservatives. So the Conservatives have really, really come on strong, and they're getting pretty close to keeping the Liberals not only out of the majority government, but also out of government entirely. Let's see, we see some updates. Yeah, so BC, we have some flips here that were Liberal and now in Conservative. But we're going to start out east and make our way west. So in the riding of Carleton, which is going to take a long time to count those massive ballots. And I think
the
elections,
82 candidates.
Yeah, Canada had to. We have 8 polls reporting now. Bruce Fanjoy, who's the Liberal, he's ahead by almost 1,000 votes ahead of Pierre Poilievre in his own riding. So the Conservatives can win, 150 seats, but Pierre's could potentially not be it.
How many polls?
That's 8 of 266 polls reporting. So we got some time to go yet, but very, very high turnout rate so far. A couple other ridings that we're going to take a look over here. We're going to take a look over at St. Catharines. That one has been called for the Liberals, unfortunately. Our friend Boss Slimers, he's lost that riding. Just over 1,000 votes for the Liberals, and just over 11,000 votes for the Liberals, and just over 9,000 votes for the Conservatives. Over in Kitchener-Conestoga, this is Harold Albrecht's old riding. We have 120 out of 205 polls reporting, so getting closer. The Conservatives are behind by about 500 votes. So it's close, but they are behind. We have a few more calls here. Flamborough-Glanbrook has been called for the Conservatives. Dan Muse won that by about 3,500 votes so far, 120 out of 209 polls reporting. Hamilton East Stony Creek, that's a really tight one. 70 polls reporting out of 237. The Conservatives are ahead of that one by about 800 votes. 5,800 to 5,000. So that's the type of riding that the Conservatives need to pick up in order to form government. Leanne Rood looks like she was able to get re-elected in Middlesex, London. 10,000, almost 11,000 votes for her, and just under 7,000 for the Liberals. Interestingly enough, in that area, London Fanshawe, almost a 3,000 vote lead for the Conservatives in that riding, which I personally did not expect. That's a really big surprise. London Fanshawe, old-time NDP stronghold. Irene Matheson was there for years and years and years.
Check Jagmeet Singh's riding a minute.
And her daughter, I believe it's her daughter that's running there.
Oh, I thought that never happened.
What's that?
The passing down of riding.
Yeah, Lindsay. Oh, yeah, exactly, right.
Evan Solomon.
No, never.
Evan Solomon has declared victory in Toronto Centre.
Shocking.
Yeah, exactly.
CBC, CTV, House of Commons. It's a pretty natural progression.
Yeah. So you want to check Jagmeet Singh's riding in Burnaby Central. Just zoom in on this. Burnaby North.
Evan Solomon's social media. This campaign was also hilarious. All the dirty, urine-ridden walls that he took pictures in front of.
Vote for more of this. Yeah. Hey, it worked. So I guess the joke's on us.
Burnaby Central, 4.5% of the vote in, or the polls reporting at least. The Liberals have 326, the Conservatives 292, and the NDP 210. So very, very tight race. But Jagmeet Singh
is still third.
Is third in his own riding.
So we could have various leadership races happening
simultaneously, potentially. I think at these numbers that they hold with the Conservatives at 149 and the Liberals 156, I highly doubt that the Conservatives will get rid of Pierre Poilievre.
But what if he loses a seat?
I think that doesn't matter probably at this point. That would be my assumption. Cloverdale Langley City, Tamara Jansen, very strong pro-life Conservative candidate, member of Parliament. She's leading by about 300, 828 to 519. 10 out of 185 polls reporting, so about 5% of the vote in.
I've never seen a candidate since my years of working in the political arm of the pro-life movement or just in politics in general that has a better ground game in my life. Like, that woman will work until her feet are bleeding. All her volunteers will work as hard as they can for her. They door knock so much more than like the majority of candidates that I've helped. So good on her. I hope that she takes that.
We have more results from Abbotsford South Langley. We have the Conservatives ahead by getting closer to a better margin, 45 out of 215 polls reporting. 2,300 votes for Sukhman Gill, almost 2,400, and just under 2,000 votes for the Liberal candidate there, with about 1,200 votes for Mike DeYoung, who's the independent, the one we discussed that got kicked out of the nomination. Langley Township, Fraser Heights. This one's really tight right now. Only 5 polls reporting out of 193. Tego von Popta, who is a pro-life Conservative member of Parliament, he's behind by about 50, 55 exactly actually votes right now in that riding. Still lots of vote to come in, but we saw a big swing to the Conservatives over the last little bit from the reporting. Saanich Gulf Islands, Elizabeth May, with 45 out of 265 polls reporting, so probably just under 20% of the vote in. She has almost 2,500 votes. The Conservatives have under just 1,500, just a few more votes ahead of the Liberals. So she is probably on her way to getting reelected in Saanich Gulf Islands.
She's so useless.
Not when she drinks.
Aaron Gunn, surprisingly behind a little bit in North Island Powell River. He has 1,300 votes. There's 45 polls reporting out of 310, so quite a few more polls to come in. But the NDP incumbent, well, I don't think she's the incumbent, but the NDP is the incumbent party in that riding, ahead by about 300 votes. Chilliwack Hope flipped back over to the Conservative, which is great to see. 28 polls reporting out of 243, so about 10%. Mark Schroll ahead by about 15%, so looking at about 500 votes he's ahead of.
Is that all?
In that riding.
Tightening up.
Well, look at it provincially, right?
Yeah,
like it has been changing.
Vancouver.
Yeah. Okanagan, West Kootenay, that's another tight one. The Conservatives ahead just over 500 votes there. 75 polls reporting out of 281. So a little bit more of the vote to come in, but definitely a trend that's well established. That one could go a little back and forth. Kelowna. Yeah, this one's a little tough to see. Tracy Gray, pro-life MP there. She has 12,600 votes. And there's 45 of 203 polls reporting, so you're looking at about 20% of the vote in. And Stephen Furr, who was the one that she defeated in 2019, running again last minute for the Liberals, was asked to do that. He's leading by almost 2,000 votes, so it's getting... We'll have to wait a little bit. They're pulling away a little bit. Dan Albus is in a real tough fight here. 15 polls reporting at 220. This is a pro-abortion Conservative MP. He has 704 votes. The Liberals have 692.
Yeah, because usually he wins that by a way wider margin than
quite a bit.
Kelowna.
Quite a bit, yeah. Yeah, Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee, that one's pulling away for the Conservatives quite a bit, almost 1,000 vote difference there now with 15 polls out of 239. That one should probably be called relatively soon. Let's check in on Calgary. We have your riding, Calgary Crowfoot, was called for the Conservatives, about a 5,000 vote difference there, with 80 of 184 polls reporting. Corey Hogan, who had to step in for, who was the former candidate there that got accused of sexual assault and all that kind of stuff for the Liberals. It's hard to keep track these days, I suppose.
One comment, a big pickup for the NDP tonight in the riding of Gaza.
In Calgary Confederation, we have Corey Hogan ahead with 58 out of 233
Thomas
polls
something
reporting, so about a quarter of the polls reporting, and he's ahead by about 500, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Calgary Centre, the Liberals are ahead only by a few hundred votes, 40 of 192. Again, about 10% of the polls reporting. Calgary East is one that we've been keeping an eye on. Josh Raj Singh Halan, he's ahead by almost 3,000 votes. I'm a little bit surprised that that one hasn't been called yet. The package, Deepak Oberai's daughter was running for the Liberals there. Of great Conservative.
Joe Biden is alive. He just congratulated Mark Carney.
There we go. Calgary McKnight, another one that's pretty close. George Cahal, like if he's to win this riding, because there's only 25 polls reporting of 196, so you're looking at something like 10-15% of the polls in, 12.5 I suppose. He is behind by about 200 votes. So that one's going to be really tight. If George Cahal wins that riding, it'll be the first time, I believe, in Alberta history that a federal Liberal has won a back-to-back riding in Alberta. I could be wrong on that. Should be fact-checked, but I thought I had read that somewhere.
Rachel Gilmore, do it up for us.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. In Calgary Skyview, one that it will be a tight one, and that's what it's looking like. 7 polls out of 166 being reported. The Liberals are behind there by about 300, 330 votes. So lots of vote yet to come in. But other than that, the rest of Calgary has gone Conservative. Edmonton is still pretty light blue. We have a 2,000 vote lead for Kelly McCauley in Edmonton West. So he should be fine there with about half the polls reporting. Edmonton Riverbend, a little bit tighter, about 1,000 votes for Matt Genereux, again with about half the polls reporting, so probably should be okay. Only 15 polls reporting in Tim Upple's riding of Edmonton Gateway. He's ahead by 600. So Edmonton's a little bit tighter than Calgary. Fewer ones being called. And Edmonton Northwest, Chief Billy Morin has been elected. That's been declared. He won that by 3,000 votes. Why don't we check out quickly the cities in Regina. So far in Regina, the two not called yet, Wascana and Leuven, are looking not bad for the Conservatives. Michael Cram, a pro-life candidate there, Conservative candidate MP, he's ahead by about 1,000 votes with 65 out of 134 reporting, so he should be fine. Regina Leuven, even better, 68 out of 155 polls reporting, and you have about a 2,000 vote lead. Saskatoon West has been called for Brad Redicott, who is a pro-life member of Parliament. He won that by almost 2,500 votes, about 3,000 or 2,000 votes, pardon me, there. The other one, Kevin Waugh, again pro-life. That one's been called in Saskatoon South. And in Saskatoon University, a bit of a tighter race, a 1,500 vote lead for Corey Takor, 137 out of 170 reporting, but he should be fine in that riding. In terms of the popular vote, the Liberals have 43%, the Conservatives 41.5%. 156 seats for the Liberals, 149 for the Conservatives, 25 for the Bloc, 11 for the NDP, one shy of getting their parliamentary status, and the Greens have one in Elizabeth May's riding. So that's what we're looking at. A very, very tight parliament, it looks like. The only thing I could see that would maybe have the Liberals go ahead a little bit more is if more of these advanced polls come in for some of these ridings in the GTA. But so far, well, we have a couple of calls actually. So Thornhill, who is Melissa Lanceman, very heavy Jewish area. She won that by quite a margin, 14,000 to 7,000. That's been called. Michael Glugelman in Vaughan Woodbridge, he did very well there. Almost 12,000 votes to 7,300, 7,400 for the Liberals. And just north of that in King Vaughan, I'm surprised this one hasn't been called, 155 polls out of 245. Anna Roberts, who's a pro-life Conservative member of Parliament, she has about a 6,000 vote lead, so I don't know why that one hasn't been called yet. Newmarket Aurora, that proves to be pretty tight, about half the polls are in. Sandra Kabina, who is a pro-life candidate there, she's ahead by about 1,000. And Kostas Managakis has about a 2,000 point lead, which is better than losing that riding by 200 or 150 votes. About half the polls reporting, so we need probably a little bit more time, but he's looking pretty good there. So,
how about Andrew Lawton's riding?
Andrew Lawton's riding in London South.
Yeah, Middlesex.
Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. He's ahead by about 3,000 votes, almost exactly, with almost half the polls reporting, so he should be fine in that riding as well. So we have some good pro-life pickups across the country, which is great to see. Just take a peek on Carleton. Still only 8 polls reporting, and Pierre Poilievre is behind by about 1,000. So we got quite a bit more room left to go in Carleton, but it will be interesting to see if Pierre can keep on to that seat there.
All right, well, we will keep an eye on this. We have about a little over 20 minutes to go in our live election broadcast, and we'll cut to commercial and we'll be right back.
We live in a country that is perpetuating a great injustice.
Every day in Canada, 300 preborn children lose their lives in abortion clinics across this country.
Every year, 100,000.
Since abortion was legalized, over 4 million children have lost their lives.
Their silent screams cannot be heard, but their broken bodies can be seen.
Against overwhelming odds, we stand together as steadfast protectors of preborn children.
CCBR is a national pro-life organization working to make abortion unthinkable.
CCBR follows in the footsteps of social reformers like William Wilberforce, Sophie Scholl, and Martin Luther King Jr. to expose the injustice of what is taking place in darkness and to save the lives who need us most.
We use abortion victim photography and effective and compassionate apologetics.
Hello, what do you think about abortions?
Hello.
To change hearts and minds.
Do you believe in human rights?
We are the resistance who stand for preborn children against the culture of death.
We run various outreach projects throughout the year, including our summer internship programs.
We have 2- and 4-month internship programs. Each year, teams of happy rebels join us to save the lives of future generations.
CCBR is going across all 10 Canadian provinces, bringing Canadians face to face with the victims of abortion.
And it is so exciting and encouraging to be able to bring the truth to people and to see people change their minds on abortion every time we're out doing activism.
Every year, our projects reach millions of Canadians across Canada. And our polling data shows that 67% of these people think more negatively about abortion.
CCBR's presentations, projects, and internships equip pro-lifers to live out their convictions effectively and compassionately.
We need your partnership in standing defiant against the darkness.
Real compassion demands direct action.
The tiniest image bearers are voiceless, and they need someone to speak up on their behalf.
Partner with us financially to enable this life-saving mission.
To do justice and love mercy.
To make abortion unthinkable in Canada.
And we're back. Now we have about 20 minutes left on our live election broadcast. We know that it is a Liberal government, probably not majority, maybe still, but we're in minority territory. The Conservatives have done better than expected, but still not sure about where Carleton, the riding of Pierre Poilievre, how that will conclude. So let's talk about kind of what this election means in terms of, you know, a lot of people will say this is the 4th time the Liberals have won. Is Canada just an innately Liberal country? Do the Conservatives have any shot in the future, or is this just the way it's going to go, basically, and we have to live with that?
Well, it depends what you mean by conservative and liberal and how you define it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that's a really big thing. So we talked about it earlier on the live cast here, on the live stream, that, you know, when you look at different social conservative issues, there are a super majority of Canadians that agree with us on reasonable pro-life policies, you know, whether it be further restricting assisted suicide because it's gone completely off the rails, or restricting sex-selective abortion, legally restricting sex-selective abortion and late-term abortion. So I think, yeah, Canada has enough of a conservative base that you can run on those issues and win on those issues as well. Mm-hmm. And to a certain extent, you see Mark Carney basically adopt a good portion of, much to Jonathan's chagrin, the conservative platform and do well with it, right? And he took the Liberals from basically an existential crisis, and in the matter of a few weeks, now they're going to form government, potentially a majority government. We've yet to see. You're right, probably not, but they'll come pretty darn close. So, and you have the Conservatives getting over 40% of the vote. A lot of pro-lifers being elected, a lot of social conservatives being elected, added to that caucus, as well as having close to 150 seats, right? The last time the Conservatives had 150 seats, there was a Stephen Harper majority. So, yeah, I would say that there's definitely room and probably even a desire to a certain extent for, I would say, conservative policies of one way or another.
To a degree, I think Canada is a left-of-centre country, which is why a victory for the Conservatives has always depended on kind of splitting the vote between the NDP and the LPC. The other thing is, Corey Teneycke said this 2 weeks ago, and I thought about this quite a lot. In 1997, Corey Teneycke pointed out that the Conservatives, in order to win, were basically running 5 independent campaigns nationwide.
Yeah, regionally, yeah.
And it's an incredibly difficult thing to do because you have Pierre Poilievre, for example, who is quite against assisted suicide, very uncomfortable with broad euthanasia mandates. But then he's got the Quebec caucus, right? So he's presumably keeping his mouth shut because of Quebec. You have, what plays in Atlantic Canada or Quebec obviously doesn't play in Alberta or Saskatchewan, which doesn't play well in British Columbia. These are such wildly different areas. And so conservatism also just means something different in these different areas. And it was interesting because in 1997, you've probably read it, there's an interesting paper that was authored by Tom Flanagan and Stephen Harper at the time. Yeah. And they basically explain in that paper why a unified conservative party doesn't work. And it's because there's too many different interests that one national party can't actually address all of those interests, which is like why right now a bunch of people in the 905 are going to be the reason that, people in Lethbridge have to put up with drug addicts kind of thing. And so if you had multiple conservative parties actually pandering to regional interests and forming coalitions, I do think that there's a lot more, there's more Canadians who think like moderate conservatives and think like Justin Trudeau, because there's no brakes on this train, right? The National Post headline 2 days ago, a federal appeals court says that OHIP has to pay for a trans-identifying person, not even transgender particularly, to have both the male and the female genital parts funded by the taxpayer, right? Like, where is the constituency for this sort of thing? And why do we keep on getting this thing even though there isn't a constituency for this thing? And the reality is that the Conservatives are trying to run 5 different regional campaigns at the same time, and those campaigns are directly competing with one another. And the Liberals are so unbelievably Machiavellian, and their sole ideology is basically a will to power. So they'll say whatever they want, right? They'll run and write books about the essential nature of carbon taxes, and then they'll bust it all the way down, and they'll run on having gotten rid of the carbon tax. And the one consistency is social liberalism in its most toxic and extreme form. And so, is Canada a liberal country? I think under the system that we have, I would love to get rid of first past the post. I would love to have the kind of system they have in some European countries where you could have a functioning PPC then pulling things to the right. You could have a coalition where a party with a handful of seats ends up really mattering and can advocate for policies that the mainstream party then doesn't have to, and can actually move to the right based on the fiction of giving concessions to the smaller parties. Under this system, I think Canada's a liberal country. If you look at Canada region by region, I'm not sure it's the case. Right now, though, it doesn't matter because the Liberals just got their 4th consecutive mandate, which historically speaking is kind of nuts.
I'm going to speak as, even though I'm not from Alberta and currently living in Alberta, like an Albertan, and that is the fact that when Harper won his majority, he only won 5 seats in Quebec. Like, he abandoned Quebec.
So if he didn't win those 5 seats, he still would have won his majority.
So I'm like, okay. So my point about this is that I don't think we actually can say that Canada is a liberal country because they just keep winning elections, because we've not had a solid Conservative Party for quite a while. And by solid Conservative Party, I mean a Conservative Party that fights the opposition on both social and economic policies. And yes, I would absolutely love for them to adopt a really good pro-life policy like Leslyn Lewis's, 4-point plan when she was running for the leadership. But it can be on so many different cultural issues that are so winnable, but they won't talk about anything. Not only does Pierre not even talk to the media, like he's get shunned from the media, which is his forte, is to talk to the media. They won't even remotely touch these issues. When we think about parental consent in the schools, when Premier Blaine Higgs first brought that up, Pierre was asked about this, and he said, "Oh, it's a provincial issue. I don't want to, just brush it off." And then other premiers put forward their policies, Danielle Smith and everyone, and they were way more strong. And then he was asked about it again, and because the tone had shifted, he said, no, parents should have control over this, and was way more strong on this issue. So we have seen that Pierre can slightly move the needle if he's pushed in that way. So I think that if he does remain leader and we do want to win a future election, we have to push the party so that they actually tackle cultural issues, because that motivates people. And the party thinks that it just motivates lefties, but it doesn't. And if they would just adopt some of these really popular, like what you just said, that's crazy that that would be mandated by OHIP. Talk about that. It's easy. Talk about assisted suicide for minors. Talk about things that are
or assisted
really
suicide for people with mental illness.
Or mental illness. And I think he actually has done a pretty good job of that.
Prior to the campaign, yes, he did. Yeah.
I mean, but again, it's like.
But the UN thing came during the
Right.
campaign.
Yeah.
So I didn't expect him to run on assisted suicide. He'd made his position clear. His MPs had gone out and talked about it. But then the UN condemns Canada and specifically the Trudeau government during the election period. I get why the other ones didn't touch it, but nothing. And there's a bunch of other issues, right?
Don't mess with the nomination process, and have more policies that more people care about than just the carbon tax. I think when we all went to convention, we all go to these talks and we hear about it over and over again, we want to blow our brains out after the first hour, because it's enough already, and it's every single MP repeating the exact same talking point, and no one has freedom of thought or to talk about the issues that they care about. So don't mess with the nomination process. Have good cultural and social policies. I'm not saying
Byrne.
I mean, that's just a given.
I think after tonight, she's not going to get fired. It's really interesting to see how
she's not going to get fired.
I don't think she'll get fired.
Which camera's the right one? I just want to wave goodbye to Jane Byrne.
Yeah, I don't think she will. The Conservatives have basically the same amount of votes as the Liberals across the country. They almost have the same amount of seats. This is the best result the Conservatives have had, whether we agree with the way they got there or not, for almost 15 years.
But in the greater context of the fact that that this was supposed to be a blowout.
Yeah, I'm not saying that she or the team should remain there. I'm not advocating that. All I'm saying is that they probably will remain there.
I want to really retweet something you just said, because if the entire campaign boils down to which of these two candidates is better on the economy, then when he was 25 points ahead, right? Like X and social media is filled with people saying blew a 25-point lead. But the reality is that Trudeau was losing and he wasn't winning. Yeah. And he was a perfect counter to Trudeau because they worked really well together and they really seemed to tick each other off.
It's like Batman and the Joker.
Yeah, but when the question is economics, and you get a guy who pretends that he guided Canada through the 2008 recession and talks about how he guided the UK through Brexit, if that's all you've got, if the only thing that distinguishes you from the other guy is economics, and you've got nothing else, then you might actually end up in a position where people decide maybe the guy who was an economist is better.
Yeah.
I might think that's nuts, and I just think the cynicism of the carbon tax thing and stuff like that, I don't respect anybody who bought it at all. Like, I have complete contempt for anybody who bought that hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
But at the same time, with economics, I understand how somebody who doesn't share my convictions about any of the things that I think are currently destroying the country might look at the two of them and think the guy who wanted to be an MP for his whole life and the guy who actually was an economist, the one might be better. Now, I think they should read Carney's book, and I think that they should research people. But basically Pierre was running against the Liberals, and Carney was running against the clock. That's why he called an election so fast, because he was worried Canadians would get to know more about him. He does have a real temper. All the background information really indicates he has a temper, and so he wanted to get elected and get a mandate before people got to know him well enough that Pierre could end up defining him and then maybe bringing in.
You could totally tell that when he's doing scrums, media scrums.
Look into your heart, Rosemary.
He just seems annoyed.
That's right.
Yeah, but even just any question about anything, he just seems annoyed he has to answer it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm too good to answer this question. And I think that will come out more once he's prime minister.
Yeah, there's I forget which UK prime minister it was. It wasn't the UK at the time, Great Britain. It was like 100 years ago. And it was one of the aristocrats. He said, the most extraordinary thing happened. I told the cabinet what to do and they wanted to stay around and discuss it.
Yeah.
And that's very much the vibe you get from Carney. He kind of looks around and is like, am I supposed to answer all the peasants now? This is not at all what I've come to expect.
Yeah, so where are we with the results?
Well, it looks like right now we have 162 seats for the Liberals, 149 for the Conservatives, 23 for the Bloc Québécois, 8 for the NDP, and 1 for the Green. So I do not think that the NDP are going to have official party status.
Oh, okay.
LOL.
Yeah, and Jagmeet Singh will probably lose his seat. When it comes to...
So will Rachel Notley be the next leader?
Well,
is she
Wab
too
Kinew.
conservative for the Wab Kinew?
Yeah.
He's also very they're both pretty conservative for the
NDP, especially for the federal NDP. When it comes to this parliament, this will be quite fascinating because the Liberals are 10 seats shy of a majority, right, to pass any sort of legislation that they would like to have. They can't rely on the NDP this time because that only gets you to 270.
Because that's part of their caucus already.
They can't even rely on the NDP and the Greens this time because that only gets them to 171 with these numbers. I highly doubt that the Liberals and the Conservatives are going to enter into a grand coalition like we've seen during the war time. So you have the Bloc holding the balance of power, more or less, in this parliament. Not enough with the Bloc and the Conservatives together. Hold that thought. That's 160. Actually, yeah, that's 172. So the Conservatives and the Bloc could enter into some sort of agreement.
That would be kind of delicious.
Or they could potentially defeat the Liberals in Parliament, and then the Governor General could ask the Conservatives to form a government with the Bloc supporting them. So that's how tight this Parliament is right now. I don't know how long this Parliament lasts. It would be interesting to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we're all around this table within 12 months.
And I'm just holding.
Yeah, baby. And can the Liberals get a fifth mandate at that point? How well does Carney govern as a prime minister with a decently sized caucus? Although this would be the quite confident in this. I'm pretty sure this is the largest official opposition ever in Canadian history. So it's going to be a very fractious parliament. We've seen what Pierre Poilievre is like in parliament. Not necessarily the guy that's going to reach across the aisle the most to unite everybody.
And Carney looks moderate and calm and like Canada's dad, which is why all the boomers wanted to vote for him and why they literally said, like, lead us, Big Daddy, at some of the rallies. I kid you not, that actually happened.
Multiple times. More than once. It became a thing.
And so I can see Pierre getting under his skin by methodically asking him questions he doesn't like about Brookfield, about why he keeps all his cash on the Isle of Man, all this kind of stuff. So there's a lot of avenues for attack that there just wasn't enough time to get into. So we could end up being back here in like a year.
46 out of 266 polls reporting in Carleton, and Pierre Poilievre is behind by about 1,400. So you still have more vote to come in, but I think we're going to see a situation where the Conservatives did very well tonight. We got a lot of pro-lifers elected.
Interesting.
But Pierre might not win that seat.
Yeah.
Very
unique. We said it from the beginning.
Yes.
And we'll see what happens. Because, like, the Sharks are already smelling blood. So, will they be circling if he loses his seat, or will they back off?
I don't know. I'm pretty confident that listen, I think it's quite obvious that we're probably going to go into an election within 12 months with just the way these numbers are, right? And I think, or that the Conservatives get an opportunity to govern relying on the bloc, which I don't think would last very long anyway. So I think Pierre Poilievre probably gets to remain as leader, whether he wins the seat or not. I think Jenny Byrne remains in her position. I don't think anything changes. I think the nomination rigging continues and all that type of stuff, a la Doug Ford. Like, nothing is going to change within the Conservative Party of Canada. But I think the next election will probably have to figure things out for the country, and the country's going to have to decide, you know, are we going with Mark Carney or going with Pierre Poilievre? Because I don't think they have decided tonight. I think that much is obvious.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I don't know who wins that.
So as a pro-life movement, I mean, do we just turn around then and are not, like, if an election is close and if that's the vibe that we're getting from the parties and after Parliament forums and stuff, we have to go through these nomination, like, how does the nomination process work here?
Yeah, it just changed from 160 to 150. 161 for Liberals, 150 for the Conservatives. In terms of seat count, well, look,
that is close.
We elected definitely more pro-lifers tonight. I don't know the exact number yet, but we'd be starting to push about 100 pro-lifers in the House of Commons, no doubt about that. So that's job number one, right? We don't really care what political party they belong to. If there is a piece of pro-life legislation that is to come to the House of Commons, it will be interesting to see how the Liberals under Mark Carney treat that. Like, are they going to have their caucus whipped like under Justin Trudeau? Is he going to say, well, I'm going to vote this way, which is probably pro-abortion, but I'm going to allow you guys to kind of do whatever you want? I think we have a lot of questions, and we're going to probably get some answers between now and the next election. But I don't think we're going to get all the answers until after the next election.
And on a good note, formally called, Nikki Ashton has been defeated.
Wow.
For the viewers, Nikki Ashton is by far the most pro-abortion member of Parliament.
Absolutely.
Despises most of us personally.
Oh, yeah.
And currently, somebody who is as cold as her riding is no longer an MP. So
what I really want to know is, how is Sean Fraser?
Well, we got 2 minutes before.
Yeah, give me time. Give me time. I'll go try and find that out for you.
But I mean, in terms of the nomination process, if an election is called, or if we think an election is impending fairly quickly, there probably will be very few nominations.
They'll probably do the same thing as last time. And why would they do anything different? They almost won government this time. So what lesson is there to be learned, right? Like, what they did, quote unquote,
fire Jenny Byrne,
worked. That's just not happening. One sad one looks like Cumberland Colchester. Oh, pardon me, that's not Cumberland Colchester. Cumberland Colchester, Dr. Ellis is behind only about, well, less than 1,000, about 500 votes. Central Nova, you're asking for Sean Fraser, and he's headed by about 2,000. So he got declared. He won that one. The Costas Menegakis one, we had a few more win around the GTA. We kept more pro-lifers than I initially thought at the beginning of the night. Obviously, my prediction was completely wrong, which that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, because you told me this morning that your last prediction, you were like 96%.
I was 93% this time not, and that's a good thing. Yeah. That's a good thing tonight. Yeah. So, yeah, we got a lot more.
I was closer than both of you.
That's right. True. Yeah, we got a lot more pro-lifers elected, but that's also a lesson to the Conservatives, right? Mm-hmm. Those are the type of candidates to get elected. So.
All right. Well, with that, we conclude our 2025 live election broadcast. Thank you to my co-hosts, Jonathon and Scott, for joining me, and to Crossroads Studio for hosting us once again. Thank you to everyone who stuck with us tonight. We couldn't have done it without you. Tomorrow is a new day, regardless of how you're feeling about the results overall or in your own riding. Remember that there are still women and children across the country who need our help. They need us to speak up for them, to fight for them, and to elect those candidates who will too. Each election, we should be recommitting ourselves to engaging in both the cultural and social arena to further the cause effectively. Victory is only a matter of time, and it starts right now. Good night, and God bless.